Give myself a little bit.
Good morning, everyone, to our council meeting of Wednesday, the 25th of February 2026. We are starting with a community consultation session, and the three speakers is all in relation to item ENB 1/20, which is the development application 2025.113 battery energy storage system, block 1 DP 7777.4 Old Racecourse Road, Tenterfield. So our first speaker will be in person, Mr. Graham Waller, and also welcome Graham to come to the podium, please. And then we will have Ms. Jennifer Chapman by video link, as well as Mr. Doug Rose. So thank you, Graham. So each speaker has 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to speak, and if there's time, we will send it through to the floor. Just hold the button down. Thank you so much.
There.
Yeah, now you're right.
Right, thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. I'll go through, I think 5 minutes is not long. There are a number of different avenues for objection on this project. I've just selected 3 this morning, but 3 that are the main ones that are concerning myself and my family. Jackie, my wife, and I have recently purchased 75 Old Racecourse Road, known as the River, which is an original homestead from about 1910 Federation bungalow style property. The location of this property is at the end of Old Racecourse Road. That location becomes very significant. Some of the points I want to put forward to you with regard to this development application. As I said, there's a number of points in the application. I think the application underplays a lot of the concerns and a lot of the points, but I'll focus on 2 or 3. Old Racecourse Road is a Class D rural road. There's specifications and requirements for the maintenance and size of that road. I've listed some in the first slide about the width, about the fit for purpose. It's a single lane rural road. It is not designed to be anything more than what it is at the moment. It's a dead end road. And our property is the last property on that road. It's a one-way in, one-way road, one-way out road. Past our property, end of the road sign, the road is not maintained. It's not passable to light vehicles. I own a light vehicle. I don't own a high clearance or drive vehicle. So from our point, our property further down, this road is inaccessible. It's inaccessible to us. There are a number of criteria in Tenterfield's council about what a Class D road is. I'll leave that up to you to review those. And what Class C and Class B is. The submitted traffic assessment report was a desktop. Nobody has visited Old Racecourse Road. They haven't seen Old Racecourse Road. They haven't seen the property. They haven't seen the impact. There's been no consultation. The traffic assessment was done remotely. Nobody's been on site. However, within that assessment, the assessment itself actually acknowledges that Old Racecourse Road is suitable for light vehicles only. That they can pass each other at low speed, but it does not allow light vehicles to pass heavy vehicles. That's in the report. As we'll see moving forward, the theme of this discussion is the application is in the wrong place. Where this application is put in relation to our property and in relation to this Old Racecourse Road is incorrect. I'll go through to the next slide. You've got the slides in front of you here. Developing further about the suitability and fit for purpose of Old Racecourse Road for a project such as this, even though it's stated the project itself may be of short duration as far as construction phase, there is an ongoing requirement as far as access to emergency vehicles. There's an ongoing requirement as far as access to construction vehicles, maintenance vehicles. Not just purely for the battery system, but for my family and my property passed on the other side of this project of Racecourse Road. New South Wales Fire Brigade have requirements for emergency vehicle access on roads. It lists it must be a minimum of 4 metres wide. It lists 7 metres width of vehicles passing. I've listed those there. Old Racecourse Road is 100% non-compliant with Fire New South Wales requirement for emergency vehicle access. We're putting in a low risk, high impact project. This road does not meet any of the requirements. Fire and Rescue actually have a document specifically for BES sites. So there's actually a requirement, a recommendation document purely for projects such as this. Old Racecourse Road does not meet, is non-compliant at 93% of the requirements, specifically for a project such as this. And I've listed out on that document what they are. Around clear area, around access. And that's ignoring the fact that at the moment, emergency vehicles, heavy vehicles on that road will stop access to my property, my family, to access the property for enjoyment and for any emergency vehicle access. And currently, and what's also concerning is the current development application, there's no plan. There's no plan on how to remediate this. If we, I'll just go to this, if we look at page 132 of today's minutes, it's in front of us at the moment, the agenda states there is no road audit or dilapidation report currently. There is no construction traffic management plan currently. There is no plan for the management of heavy vehicles. That doesn't exist. And that's on page 132 of today's minutes. So basically, we're being asked to approve plans for businesses. They're not in place. There's a lot of cross our fingers, hope we don't wreck the road, and if we do, we might fix it up afterwards. Page 3, probably the provided softening of the site, acoustic barriers, trees, they don't apply to our property. They are in the wrong direction. There is nothing. We have direct line of sight through the car park opening to the containers. There's no acoustic barriers. There's no trees. There's no softening as far as Karula goes. The location of this project is wrong as far as our property. They are all pointing in the wrong direction. We have direct line of sight from our house in through the gate containers. There's nothing. The vegetation report itself on page 128 of your council meeting shows a wonderful diagram and pictures of what it would look like. However, if you look at the planning for bushfire protection for New South Wales councils, planners, fire authorities and developers, that planning document states that the trees canopies cannot be more than 15% involved. The trees must be more than 5 metres apart. There must not be the planting of any shrubs under that trees as far as putting a development into a bushfire prone zone, which is what this project is. If you look at the diagram on page 128, that has got, it is non-compliant with every recommendation in the document for bushfire protection.
Thank you very much as well. You've the family provided very comprehensive.
I missed the really big one, but
Okay, I'll give you.
ran out of time.
I'll give you a few seconds.
That's fine. The location of our property is after this project. If there's any emergency, that's the best site. If anything goes wrong, we are stuck. Emergency services vehicles can't get to us. We are between, and the diagram on that page on the evacuation plan shows that we have to go through any smoke, any fire, any problems to get emergency access. The solution, 132 kilovolt substation 800 metres away is the ideal site. Through the project, it's in a better location.
Thank you very much. We'll still have 1 minute for any questions. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Waller? Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, but your submission has raised further questions that will come. Yes.
I'm happy to answer those at any point. You know where we are.
Yes, well,
We're talking for a couple of seconds.
yes, yes. Now, our next speaker will be Ms. Jennifer Chapman, who is via video link. So, just unmute, Jennifer. Thank you very much.
Right. Good morning, Madam Mayor and all the councillors and everyone that is there. I'm going to be reading what I've got to say because I'm somewhat nervous about it. But I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. And like the previous speaker, my main point is location. Whilst I had a different version of where it might be moved to, it was more, is this the best location for the battery storage at all? It's not a request to stop the project entirely, but rather to relocate to a facility that is more isolated. If it has to be on the host property, particularly then towards the east where there are fewer dwellings and it would have less impact. Amongst the other valid concerns, several submissions have raised that the current location places the facility within close visual range of neighbouring properties and that will permanently change the outlook and the character of the area. If the infrastructure is to scale is to be located on the property that it's at the moment, I think it would be reasonable for it to be moved as far away as possible from the neighbouring residences, rather than in the corner of the property that is actually closest to the most number of dwellings. By moving the site, it would be a practical solution that still allows the development to proceed while better balancing the impacts on neighbouring landholders. And one thing I was just wondering for the council to consider, was this the only proposed location, or were other locations considered? Because if that was the only one, perhaps then council can pursue other locations that are not as close to residential to properties. And whilst the report states that landscaping and screening will reduce visual impacts and suggests the structures are comparable to farm sheds, it actually takes years to establish the landscaping. And as the previous speaker said, the landscaping that has been suggested is not actually safe in terms of fire and other considerations. It isn't actually farm property, it is an industrial infrastructure. So whilst it might in some ways be similar, it's actually not what is in that area. And the other thing is the visual assessment focuses largely on public viewpoints, but the most significant and permanent impacts will be experienced from the nearby residences. So for those properties, the facility will become a permanent part of the outlook, which is why the exact location is such an important consideration. Also, the report clearly states that this project provides very limited employment and limited direct local revenue. So if that's the case, perhaps it isn't necessarily needed to be in that particular spot. And just in closing, before the council makes decisions, just got 3 questions that I really would like you to think about when you're making your decision. So A, was an alternative site on the host property or elsewhere fully assessed, one that is further from dwellings? And also it says the facility will be decommissioned in 20 years, but generally after 20 years, the likelihood is that a new one will be established, it will be replaced, not that it will be removed and the land returned to its original site. And also, as I said before, if the primary benefits actually relate to the regional energy security and the future stability, which is a positive thing and one that I agree is something to look for at, but if that's the case, shouldn't additional consideration be given to minimising the impacts on the properties in the community that are located closest to the development?
1 minute, please, Mr.
Okay, so just in closing, asking please, can we relocate the facility and or further assess alternative sightings before the approval? Okay, so thank you so much for taking time to consider neighbouring concerns.
Thank you very much. And I'm just presuming you're in connection with the Chapman property on the corner of Bellevue and the highway?
Yeah, yeah. So it's extremely close to the property, and looking down the hill to it, I don't know, I kind of can't visualise the discrepancy or the difference between the actual storage crates, or as they were described, and the height of the trees. But when you're looking down, it would have to be huge to actually block the view.
Any questions for Ms. Chapman? No, well, thank you so much, and I hope that wasn't too traumatising for you. You did very well.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And our final speaker is Mr. Duncan Lewis. So I will just, Duncan, if you can unmute yourself. And when you're ready to go, say.
Sure, just so everyone can hear me. Make
Yes.
sure my microphone works.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, I thank you for the opportunity to speak. Look, I'll note that look, this application is supported by quite a substantial amount of documentation. There are close to a dozen independent environmental assessments that have balanced all the competing considerations, which has led to the site now proposed being pursued. Those include visual impact, traffic impact assessments, ecological assessments, flood assessments, landscaping site plans, and the ultimate application that's currently before council has been prepared at the recommendation of each of those reports and considering their assessments, which also included the noise. I'll probably just keep this brief without going into the overly technical side of things. The proposal it boils down to 6 shipping containers in a 50 by 50 metre chain mesh enclosed area that will be maintained. Outside of that chain mesh area, there will be rows of landscaping on all perimeters. The construction window for the project is anticipated to be a 4-week window. During that time, the peak would be week 3, and at the absolute most, you would expect 7 vehicles on site. So we're talking about a 4-week construction period, no more than 20, 30 movements during the entire construction period. So it's not a significant level of traffic that's going to be generated during that construction window. Yes, it'll be noticeable given that the road currently only has a couple of driveways, but it's going to be short term, and there are ways and conditions that could readily be imposed on a DA that could provide further surety. I know one of the objectors queried there's no guarantee of a road condition or dilapidation report. That's fairly standard. I mean, I don't imagine why we wouldn't be happy for conditions to that effect to be imposed on the DA. That would also provide surety for all parties that any damage, obviously for council's preference, can be repaired, and also it's clear what the current condition of the road is prior to construction. On the side of why this site, I mean, this is infrastructure. It needs to go somewhere. No matter where you put it, there will be always alternative suggestions that are going to put forward. This site has considered all the opportunities, all the constraints, and on the balance, it was determined that the site is an acceptable balance between providing community and electrical infrastructure, as well as also providing a site that considerably offset impact on any nearby residential properties, including visual impacts via landscaping. But the development, the shipping containers would be akin to what would be expected for a small agricultural shed. So I don't anticipate them being significant features on the landscape, particularly given that it is a relatively low-lying area within the landscape. I know the objectives have both cited that they look down on the site from elevated dwellings, so that's also worth noting from our side. Otherwise, I mean, my intention here was largely to answer any questions that might be raised. There's quite a lot of information and documents that have been provided, so I'd be more than happy to field any questions from council.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Just before I go to the councillors, you said near the start it was prepared at the recommendation of something, and I missed that.
All the competing consultant reports. So there is quite an amount of environmental reports, and each of those have influenced the design that's now before council.
Thank you. So councillors, questions to Duncan? Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Duncan, do I understand correctly that you're willing to review the landscaping and soundproofing provisions?
So there is actually an acoustic wall within the facility. So that has soundproofed any buildings to the west. Anything to the north, the acoustic assessment dean wouldn't need acoustic mitigation. So it's already included within the development. If you have a look at the site plans, if they're in front of you, it'll be that red line will be the extent of the acoustic wall, which looks like a dog leg.
So the acoustic barrier and the landscaping is all around the facility or only on one side?
The landscaping is around all sides. The acoustic is on the north and west sides because that was where the acoustic mitigation was needed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Deputy Sawyer and then Councillor Bancroft.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to the presenter. You heard Mr. Waller's presentation. You got anything to add to combat some of the points he raised?
Yes. So that was the concern he raised about the road damage to road condition and dilapidation report. That's perfectly reasonable. We're more than happy to have council impose conditions on the DA that would reflect that to ensure that the road isn't damaged. In terms of traffic volumes, it's considered relatively low for a short duration, half a dozen vehicles a day at most.
Thank you. Subsequent question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Also, is it correct that the survey for part of this report and DA application be done on a desktop and not a site visit?
I believe that was one particular report, just the traffic report, because it was an audit of the existing traffic network and whether any upgrades would be warranted. So the traffic report itself, I understand, was a desktop. Some of the reports required site visits, but like I said, there was, I think, close to a dozen different reports. Some were desktop reports, some required on-site inspections.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bancroft.
Good morning, David. Back to the original question that Jennifer Chapman asked, it was about the location and why it was chosen. I find it a bit valid because the establishment site is only 400 metres away from a substation. So why wasn't it on the other side of the highway and not on where it is today, perhaps?
I might have to pass that to Ahmed because that's going to lean heavily into the electrical capacity of things. If you're happy to answer that, Ahmed, why this site was chosen opposed to any alternative connection points?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, so actually, prior to submit the development, we also doing consultation with Essential Energy, and we only asking for the preliminary response about the right location and also the connection point. So the nearest location, which is like probably 500 meters from the Tenterfield zone substation, and also the provided connection point to the 22 kV distribution circuit. So we got the selection of the site. And also, as Duncan said already, we also considering the lowest impact on the environmental and also the neighbors. Yeah.
Can I just get a bit further clarification? So the land very close to that site is also owned by the same landowner on the southern side of the highway, much closer to the substation. Are you saying that Essential Energy said that was not suitable to place it on that side?
It's not that's only because also the site selection is based on couple of parameters. One of them, the most important one, the nearest to the infrastructure or the electric infrastructure. Of course, the site should have access easy access to the local network, and also less impact. So we are considering, as Dunk said, we already doing multiple investigation and also assessment to choose the lowest impact, and also to be far away from to be closer to the community or the dwellings. So after that, you come with a selection of site, also consultation with the council at the beginning of the project. We pre-lodge meeting also with the council, offering also where we are proposing the project, and in considering any major concern from the council at the beginning of the development.
Well, thank you. Also, council, it didn't go to state plan anything, but on the same property to the north, there had been a solar development, but it was to be located further east. So there was no consideration of placing it there using the previous documentation about screening, etc., visibility, and taking into account Mr. Waller's comments about a one-way access where their house will be the other side of the development if there was a fire or something. You may not be aware of that development.
Yeah, we are about a solar farm has been determined probably in a couple of years, but I think probably they didn't proceed with construction, I guess. Did it one?
Yeah, no, it didn't proceed. I'm just saying there was a lot of work done on placement with that particular thing on the same. It's quite a large property, it's further east. I've got Councillor Bonner now. Oh, sorry, you've got another. Okay, sorry, Councillor Bancroft's got another.
Just a further question there to Duncan. I note that the proposed site is part of a larger paddock in the area, and this proposal is only 4.96 megawatts. So, is there options that have been carried to expand the area of banks?
No.
At all?
No, so because with the AMO requirements, there's almost two tiers of electric structure. There's less than 5 megawatts and there's above 5 megawatts, because the connection pathway is significantly more onerous with AMO to actually provide a facility beyond 5 megawatts. So if that was ever be required, it would be almost an entirely different process. And I don't imagine this project would be feasible to be expanded beyond what it currently is. Is that what you're alluding to?
Yes, Councillor Bonner.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Wonderful.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, thank you. I've got two concerns. The predicted noise levels and trigger points to the community, I can see the table listed there. One, I'm not sure in real terms if that's going to be a consistent noise, as in, well, I know people live near the wind turbines say the noise is of low levels but high impact because it's just constant. It's always there. It never goes anywhere.
Yep.
So these noise levels, they don't look too bad, but when it's up around at 35 in the evening, that is an issue. But that's point number one. The second one was the history of fires, or if you call it infrastructure trauma, in these developments in the past.
Sure.
Is there other history that these things do catch fire occasionally, or whether it just doesn't happen?
So I'll start with the noise. So the noise anticipated from these would be a low hum, and that is what the modelling is predicated on, and then that will dissipate over time by a couple of 100 meters. What would be generated is anticipated to be consistent with what you would expect in a rural setting, which is that matrix that assessment was taken by. That matrix is in response to the EPA's noise guidelines. So other than the mitigation that was required by the acoustic wall, all noises at all other receptors comply with the EPA standards for residential premises in the RU1 zone. So that is what the noise is anticipated to be considered as. On the fire side of things, the application is supported by a fire impact assessment, and the facility is designed in accordance with the RFS's guidelines, which includes a 10-metre asset protection zone. So that's the entire facility is regularly maintained, and that's going to be during the operational period of the facility. The landscapers and gardeners are going to be the primary visitors to the site to keep that maintained below the threshold for which would be no more than 10 mil, because beyond that, it's silly for potentially fuel for fire. So the entire facility will be maintained, and that'll prevent fire. That will provide a fire break both to and from the site. With respect to the facilities catching fire, we're well aware that there is community interest with some fairly high-profile incidences at batteries. However, we do make note that I believe the current rate of the current equipment models are designed to a 1 in a million chance of catching fire, and that is now being improved. The equipment is being improved, so that's anticipated to be more towards the 1 in a billion risk of fire, because I think there's been 4 or 5 fires across the world, which have been reasonably high profile. I know the big battery in Victoria, there was a small fire. However, in all those cases, the fire was limited to the equipment itself, and there was no runaway from the site itself. So what you would expect with any electrical infrastructure, there is going to be current and there is some risk of malfunction, but that has been taken into the design of the facility. So primarily the 10-metre asset protection zone, which would be either crushed rock or managed earth within the fenced compound.
Okay, so you're telling me that if there's 4 to 5 fires around the world, that there's 4 to 5 million of these things around the world?
Sorry, there's what fires around the world, sorry?
If you said there's 4 to 5 of these,
yes,
have caught fire anywhere around the world, are you telling me that there's 4 to 5 million of these things around the world?
I believe so, yeah. Oh, containers, 4 to 5 containers. Not facilities. So this facility has 4 containers.
Yes, the council, I was just querying the 1 million to 1 ratio. So can you just follow from Councillor what he said there? Are the local fire authorities equipped to deal with a battery fire as opposed to the normal fires we have in the rural areas?
Generally, it's a maintenance matter and a containment matter. So that's why the facility is designed as per the RFS guidelines, because it is a lithium battery fire and it's a containment matter. But the fail-safes within the equipment are intended that it won't go beyond the actual equipment itself. Is there anything I've missed there, Ahmed?
Yeah, Duncan. No, as you said, Duncan. So, just in case of fire, so we have already the container equipped already with the fire suppression system, which have multiple devices, fire device to detect smoke, flame, and also and to suppress the fire if there is a fire happened. So it will be suppress the fire within the container. It's not really spread out to the other container. That's why there is like some other parameter also in the design, the separation, for example, separation distance between the container each other. So this is also designed to ensure that there is no propagation for the fire from the container to others. So all this one, as Duncan said, comply with RFS guidelines, and also the other components, EBZ, fire water tank, all this, it will be available on site as well for the firefighter. So so this is basically and also maintenance also for any grass less than 10 centimeter. So all these control measures, it's already incorporated in the design. And
Thank you. It's just so that's good to know there's an internal fire suppression. If there was a fire in one container, how long would it go for? Because we know several of us are in the RFS, that the rule is basically you can't put it out, it just has to burn itself out. How long would a fire go for?
Yeah, so once happen a fire within the container, the first there is a couple of stages. So, for example, doing the detection and the detection sent to this one to the PMS, the PMS controlling the whole system. So, if there is a fire is not really suppressed, it will be following the next stage. So, it will be suppress the fire. Then, if there is a case, need to contact the fire brigade as per the emergency response plans. It's already this one part of the emergency response plan to contact them directly with the operation team for the maintenance team to come to the site, and also contact with the authority as well to come if there is a fire, if there is not controlled or not suppressed, or just like, it's like a major risk, if we can say. But usually, as Duncan said, it's really rarely to happen. And usually, if there is anything in the fire, it will be in few cells and it will be contained within the cabinet itself.
Well, hopefully that was the case. But my question was, if it did,
it's like, yeah, it depends on actually from it should be directly. It's like, it's few seconds to minutes. It depends on how to the measure of the issue. So this is the system analyze the signals from the detectors, and after that giving direction to just to suppress the fire or just using the extinguishing as a system at all, or shut down the cabinet. So this depends on the fire system and fire protection within the cabinet itself. So it's like to be like a second or a couple of minutes. It depends on the situation, our scenario, what fire. And this one, it will be detailed in the fire management plan, which will be doing prior to construction based on the equipment selection, the final selection of the equipment.
speaking, but we are saying we are aware these are important facilities to have around the place. However, I just want an answer for our communities that if a fire goes beyond suppression and actually continues, the ignition continues, our local brigades are not equipped to extinguish in that case, and I presume your maintenance crews are wherever, in that case, how long would a fire go for in one container if it continued beyond the suppression?
Yeah, this one is like major scenario, and this major scenario will be assessed in fire emergency plan, which will be doing in consultation with a local fire brigade during construction, and also it will be shared. How do we, it will be connected directly. It will be calling directly the fire brigade. So this is like a control system, building management system, assessing the fire, also contact with SCADA, connecting to the system of the controlling the energy. So in this major situation happened, the fire brigade, they will come and use all the facilities based on they have the water tank, they have to suppress the fire and contain the fire within only the container. So it will not really propagate it, in the other one. So if there is a case, the emergency response plan, the fire brigade, they will inform the community if there is a major fire, so they have to evacuate, the procedure which is provided in the emergency response plan.
Thanks, Ahmed. Duncan, may I ask you?
Yep.
A number of us are in the RFS, the Rural Fire Brigade, and we know we are not equipped to put out a lithium fire. All we can do is
Sure. Yep.
Please explain to our councillors.
Yeah, so beyond the equipment itself, it's going to be grass.
Rocket spreading, how long would the neighbours and the town, since this is on the edge of town, expect to have smoke, etc., come from a fire if a container caught fire?
I don't know. That's Ahmed expertise. How long would the fire? Worst case scenario, Ahmed. How long would the fire burn?
Yeah, as I said, that's like really to just like it's maybe a couple of minutes. It depends on the protocol, which will be agreed and approved with the fire brigade, with the construction team when they do the construction. So they have like a protocol and how long it takes. The system automatic calling the authority. They have already calling the authority, and there is like a major fire, so they will come to the site. So as normal as any fire happened, within the community fire brigade to come to the site and to suppress the system. This is of course happen if the system itself is not able to contain or suppress the fire within the container and started to propagate it for the other containers. So in this case, it means like the fire brigade to be come to the site and to suppress the fire. And this is based on the protocol, similar like normal fire. So it should be a couple of minutes of fire brigade to be coming to the site.
Thank you, thank you, Duncan. And it is not a normal fire, as I keep repeating myself. Many were saying that.
Maybe I didn't get the question right. Maybe sorry for that one, but yeah. But we don't have really a specific time. It's not like a specific time that we have to make it within 5 minutes. But if it's already within the container, it will be it immediately based on situation to suppress the fire. But how the fire brigade will come and how long it takes from them to come to the site, this is again, I said, this is protocol will be based on the consultation.
We're talking about the battery itself, aren't it?
The battery itself, I said already this one, I said already it's a couple of minutes based on the situation. Based on the situation.
How long does it take?
Or maybe seconds, it depends on the situation.
Duncan, could you please just answer the previous question about why, given what Ahmed did say about the location is very important and being nearest to the network, etc., why therefore, given that there's two roads access on the southern side, closer to the electrical installation that is there, why that was not a preferred site? And that will be the final question. Thank you.
Because the current site is adjacent to the existing overhead lines. If you were to push it to the southern boundary, then you would require significantly greater overhead electrical infrastructure to connect to a new location.
So it's not actually,
and then all the other considerations that would arise.
Do you mean it's not connected to the substation?
No, this is connected to the local network. Okay.
Thank you so much. I think we've had some very comprehensive questions. I thank all our speakers and our 4 speakers there in answering our questions so patiently. We will now move into the normal meeting and perhaps once we start the meeting, go through our initial stuff, and Council may move that we deal with this item early on so that everyone's not having to hang around. So I'll just do our opening for the Ordinary Council meeting of Wednesday the 25th of February 2026. This meeting will be recorded for placement on Council's website and live streamed on Council's YouTube channel for the purposes of broadening knowledge and participation in Council issues and demonstrating Council's commitment to openness and accountability. All speakers must ensure their comments are relevant to the issue at hand and to refrain from making personal comments or criticisms or mentioning any private information. No other persons are permitted to record the meeting unless specifically authorised by Council to do so. We give thanks for the contribution by our pioneers, early settlers, and those who fought in the various wars for the fabric of the Tenterfield community we have today. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of our hearts be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord. Amen. Tenterfield Shire Council would like to acknowledge the Ngarabil, Yukonbal, Bunjalung, Kamilaroi and Bidabal and Lullabul people as the traditional custodians of various parts of the Tenterfield Shire. We have no apologies. Do we have any disclosures and declarations of interest? No. We have item MIN 1/26, confirmation of previous minutes. And a mover in the second. Moved by Councillor Petty, seconded by Councillor Bancroft. Any questions, amendments? No. All in favour? Accept. Carried. Tabling of documents. We can do that later on this next one, isn't it? It's urgent practice. No tabling documents, thank you. Then we do have the next section is urgent late supplementary items of business. I'll just hand over to General Manager, Mr. Hindbassen.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. There have been a late report circulated to comply with the new Model Code of Meeting Practice, which states in clause 3.3 that councillors can request information about a matter to be considered at the meeting, provided that this information is also made available to the public. So in order for us to comply with that clause of the code, this information has been circulated. It's on council's website. There are hard copies available this morning as well, and hard copies have been provided to all the councillors as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayoral minutes, I actually have two. The first one is in relation to the tragic passing of a Year 12 student, Giovanni Balgari, just recently. Our high school was rocked 2 years ago with the death of their school captain, almost a day. And I think, so my mayoral minute is that council corresponds with the high school and with the family to express our condolences. And I'll just read from the high school. It is with profound sadness that we mourn the loss of our Year 12 student, Giovanni Balgari. Giovanni was a treasured member of our school community, a loyal, kind and supportive friend, a diligent and conscientious student, and an outstanding role model for his peers and younger students. Giovanni's enthusiasm and commitment were evident in his active participation in many school activities, including fundraisers, assisting Year 6 students with their transition, supporting preparations for the Year 12 formal, and helping at school carnivals. He had a particular interest in activity and hospitality and worked at the Tenterfield Golf Club. His exemplary behaviour, positive attitude, and wholehearted involvement earned him numerous school awards. Giovanni's passion for basketball was well known. He could always be found playing enthusiastically during recess and lunch breaks and was never seen without his basketball. His spirit and kindness touched many of us and will be deeply missed. And I do thank Councillor Rose initially, and then Councillor Bancroft, who attended the memorial yesterday at the school. Thank you, and if I could have a all in favour, please. I'm terribly sad, and I do know from experience it does affect our student body when this happens, let alone in such quick succession with these tragic accidents. The second mayoral minute is in relation to the Great Koala National Park, and it is that Tenterfield Shire Council correspond with Premier Chris Minns and Ministers Sharp, Moriarty and Sappin, expressing disappointment and concern with the decision to announce the entire state forest assessment area of 176,000 hectares becoming national park, added to the existing 300,000 hectares to be called the Great Koala National Park, and request the area be reconsidered due to subsequent information, and further request that any future assessment of any further state forests be done with proper consultation and independent oversight. Tenterfield Shire is a member of the National Timber Councils of Australia, of which I am chair. Kyogle Council is also a member, and neighbouring council with Mayor Daniel Mulholland is also holds an executive position in that body. Clarence Valley and Kyogle councils have passed resolutions against the announcement of the Great Koala National Park, and I thank Councillor Pettigrew wanted to bring this to our meeting, but you know, with our deadlines, that is why it is a mayoral minute. Tenterfield Shire, as background, experienced the detrimental impact of the closure of multiple hardwood timber mills across the Shire and neighbouring shires after the last mass transfer of state forests to national parks, following the regional forest agreement decisions to achieve a comprehensive and representative reserve system. So we lost the mills at Drake, Urbanville here, down at Sandylands, Benalbo, etc., Glen Innes. There was a massive dislocation to our communities. As well as the removal of graziers and their pest-weed environment, the removal of heavy machinery that was used in swift firefighting, the decommissioning of water sources impacting native animals, and the loss of gradable land and restriction of recreational activities. Residents and ratepayers in our shire rely on the sawmills to the east, down to Grafton, to sell and purchase timber. That's as a result of all those other closures. The Great Koala National Park decision was announced only weeks before the state government's requisitioned report from the Natural Resources Commission, which found forestry did not impact on koala populations, and the CSIRO report showed koala numbers to be some 10 times that stated in the lead up to the announcement. Furthermore, Premier Minns and Minister Sharp stated this decision would protect the old growth forests. Old growth forests have not been able to be harvested since the RFA, the Regional Forest Agreement, so we're talking about 30 odd years. State forests are restricted to harvesting only a small percentage of their estate, with many exclusions for flora, fauna, slope and riparian protections. Timber harvesting in New South Wales is among the highest regulated in the world, as opposed to the majority of the billions of dollars of worth of timber which is imported each year. Timber of Northern New South Wales is the best quality in the state, with many downstream processing and value-adding businesses locally, regionally and in the cities. The employment impact reported of approximately 300 jobs has been grossly understated. Ironically and distressingly, the area most impacted by this decision is also the area still requiring thousands of houses following the 2019 and 20 Black Summer bushfires and 2022 floods, and construction costs will escalate as a result. National Parks and Wildlife was in control of this assessment process, and the Community Advisory Panel, for instance, consisted of 19 representatives, of which 10 came from environmental groups, which is extremely imbalanced. Of extreme concern is the fact that during the assessment there was no consultation with 26 perpetual leaseholders who have now been informed their holdings, to which they hold a title deed, was they originally purchased, will be compulsory acquired. The majority of these have been held in families for over 100 years. The financial impact on them and their communities were therefore never considered in the assessment, nor has the cost of purchase or the cost of installation of new fences on what will become new boundary lines, or the cost of road access. Nor was there consultation with multiple holders of occupational permits, many also held in families for the same period of time, which previously were term leases. I have been in consultation with National Parks and Wildlife and SAPN regarding the transition to national parks, and in direct contact with some of the affected families. The government, therefore the taxpayer, will now have to pay to manage 20% of the area that is currently being managed for fuel load, pests and weeds by these graziers. Activists are now emboldened because of the entire area going across the national park, and they are now pushing for the establishment of the Richmond Koala Park, which would take all the state forests from Grafton to the Queensland border, and I commend the motion to you. Any comments, Councillor Petty? Did you want to say?
Madam Mayor, obviously being a mayoral minute, it doesn't need a second, but I commend you on the mayoral minute. It is concerning. That's why I brought it to you. Commend the other councils that are asking for support with this. It's worrying them as it would worry us, and with ownership comes responsibility. And the more national parks are made, I'm going to look after them. And it's just concerning, especially when they're closing down industries that's been left that long. Thanks, Melvin.
Councillor Bancroft.
I agree with Councillor Petty and everything that's mentioned in this mayoral minute. I, as a traditional owner and things like that, do not like to see natural forests become overgrown and, as we call it, fire ready, just by neglect. And this is obviously going to be something that's going to add to the risks in our area. Absolutely. So I also commend the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bancroft. And it comes down to policies of different agencies. Nothing. So, all in favour? Carried. Thank you very much for your support in that, and we will pass that on, and also to the Timber New South Wales, the chair, president, which is Mr. Andrew Herford. They were willing to come to speak today should that be required. We'll now go to, if I can now have a move and a seconder to recommend our items to confidential, please. Moved by Deputy Sawyer, seconded by Councillor Purcell. All in favour? Carried. We'll now go to our open council reports. Now, May, I think Deputy Sawyer said he would say that.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to move that we bring that item, ENV 126 on page 119, forward to be dealt with first. And I also move that we move into committee as a whole, because I've got questions, and I'm sure other councillors have questions about the traditional one street only. That we get very far. So I'm questioning councillors, accept that.
First of all, if I may have seconder, Councillor Rose, to move that so we will deal with the item ENV 1/26, and we'll ask our Manager of Planning and Development, Mr. May Davison, to come to the table. Well, to start with, we will have to make the assembly report, then we will take your motion to move the whole thing. So, thanks. Welcome to May. So, everyone, that is page 119.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the purpose of this report is to present to Council development application 2025-113 for a battery energy storage system for determination. The application has been assessed in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act and is recommended for approval subject to condition.
Thank you. Now we can have Deputy Saunders
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
and we'll take the Councillor
I
Jones
move
as well.
that we move to council as a whole.
Yes, and Councillor Rhodes will second this. Okay, so now we're in committee poll, we can discuss and ask questions and needed now. Questions? So all in favour? Yeah, okay, thank you. So Deputy Saunders, do you want to start with your questions
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
to Ms Stokes?
Yeah, I just felt that this particular item was so important that we needed to go into this process to enable everybody to fully canvass all the questions that needed answering. I'll start off by saying that few issues there. D-class road, for instance, we can deal with that by putting an agreement in place that movements, I'm not sure about prime movers moving probably 5, 6 shipping containers in there. If we get one spot of rain in there, it's going to be volatile. I would hope that is covered under conditions that would be attached to any approval. The question I have is, where is the energy coming from that is to be stored in these particular units? Because the answer we got earlier was that it's not attached to the grid at the moment, it's being attached to the local network. At some stage, to get to the local network, it's going to have to be attached to the grid to pick up wherever this energy is coming from, because it's either going to be renewables or out of the grid. So that's one question.
Do you want to take things one at a time?
Yeah, I think
Otherwise, our core managers are going to be inundated. Thank you. So,
Can I answer the question?
no, go to our manager. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. It is connected to the grid, so it draws electricity from the grid, stores it, and when it's being generated at a high rate, and then reuses it, or stores it for later use. Is the concept of a battery energy storage system.
Yeah. So in other words, they collect it when it's cheaper and they sell it back when it's dearer. Which is not.
I get the concept, it was just contrary to what was told in the presentation. The RFS, has this plan been run past them to ensure that it meets all the requirements under the influence of 2 access roads in the case of emergency? And the second point on that 2 roads access, if Mr. Waller's residence is at the end of the road with only 1 access point, I'm assuming that because it was built in 1910, there was no such thing as the RFS then, and they didn't have any input over building on roads and didn't have 2 accesses.
Through you, Madam Mayor, a couple of questions there. So in terms of the Rural Fire Service documentation in New South Wales, the document we use is called Planning for Bushfire Protection 2019. At this point in time, that document only makes reference or requires councils to assess developments against residential or special fire protection purposes, which are things that are accommodation based, so residential uses. New South Wales does not have any current provisions that deal specifically with these for the RFS. The applicant had made reference to Victorian CFA documents. So they do actually have some specific documents that refer to battery energy storage systems. This was referred to the New South Wales Rural Fire Service, but no response was received. In terms of looking at the actual development, when we look at it against the provisions, for example, a dwelling being constructed in this location, the bushfire attack levels and the constructions and asset protection zones comply with that. So the actual structures themselves are built to what we call a barrel. So you'll see on page 136 and 137 of my report, we reference the barrel as a barrel 40. If a dwelling were to be constructed to a barrel 40, that 10-metre asset protection zone is all that's required. So it's similar construction levels to residential development and similar asset protection zones. In terms of the New South Wales Fire and Rescue, I did refer that to Fire and Rescue as well. Their response was that this form of development was below the thresholds that require, again, the bushfire, the fire safety study. And I've referenced that on page 137. In saying that, there are requirements and there is a condition contained in the consent that makes reference to a bushfire emergency and evacuation plan, consultation with the Glen Innes Fire Control Centre, the local emergency management committee, and also fire brigade prior to commencement of operations, so that all relevant emergency services are aware of the facility and the potential and the requirements should they be needed. The second part of your question in terms of the access roads, again, that is a provision that's been brought in under Planning for Bushfire Protection 2019. There was a previous version of that document, 2006, I think it was. Obviously, again, you mentioned the house was built previous to that. Any existing dwellings or residences, which we have potentially hundreds, if not thousands of them, don't necessarily comply with that requirement. The only time requirements to upgrade to the current provisions are implemented is if a subdivision of land where an existing older dwelling is proposed. The Rural Fire Service will require upgrades. In the event that 2 points of access cannot be achieved, that's when the provisions relating to construction levels of the building and asset protection zones and water supply are increased to deal with that. We have multiple, if we think about Drake, Long Gully Road, for example, nearly every property down there, the house potentially is more than 200 metres from a road, or potentially, we look at Chevelle Road, we look at all of our roads that might be dead end roads. We get DAs on any of those lots. They don't have two ways in and out, even on a public road. So that's when the bushfire protection measures on that property are increased to cater for that. So there's not a requirement for every single development that happens to have 2 points of access or egress. There are provisions or standards that can be met to allow it to still comply, being construction levels, water supply, asset protection zone.
You, one last one. It was an interesting observation in that last bit of information there that the application was sent to the RFS and there's been no response from them. Previously, in my 9.5 years on council, there has been numerous DA applications 6 or years until they actually expired in 4 or 5 year time, because the comment was always waiting for RFS approval. We've been asked to consider this without any input from RFS. Given the totally inappropriate answer we were given in the presentation about fire suppression of lithium fires, I will be voting against this.
Ms. Danson, can you please just answer that question about the DA proceeding despite no response from the RFS, given that we often do see that the delay, sometimes the only delay is the RFS response?
Yes, Madam Mayor. So in terms of our normal process of referring or forwarding to the RFS, that's legislatively required for what we refer to as integrated development. And those are the developments that are captured by planning for bushfire protection. So residential, subdivisions or special fire protection purposes. So RFS must respond to those as an integrated development. This is not one of those. This was purely just referred for comment. We don't require RFS to respond. And given the time frame that we've had with this development, the lack of response, we proceeded with the processing of the application. There was no requirement to send it to RFS. There's no legislative requirement at all. We just did that as a courtesy, but at this point there was no response received.
Thank you. That answers that question. Yeah, I've got Councillor Bonner, Councillor Smith in order.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am concerned two things around the fire and the noise, the humming that'll come from this unit. I presume there'll be a soft hum around that 35 decibels from what I gather, but being a constant noise, I'm going to reserve my judgment until we find out more about other situations where houses are nearby. But a quick Google has sorted something out for me that contrary to the 1 in a million risk that was mentioned in the presentation, it's more like 1 in 10,000 risk. There's around 50,000 of these around the world, not a million. And there's been 40, they don't call them fires, they call them thermal runaway events. which is something a bit new to me, but anyway, that was a fire. And there's been up to 40 in recent years out of that 50,000. So we're talking close to 1 in 10,000, not 1 in 1 million risk. So this fire risk, I think, is number one in a rural area. I'd like to see this in a more commercial, industrial precinct. And I'll be voting against it. But I was wondering if you had any comment about the history of fires, or is that not part of your process?
Through Madam Mayor, no, that was not part of my assessment. I'm purely assessing the application as lodged for this location.
Thank you very much. Now I have got Councillor Murphy, then I've got Councillor Peters, and I've got Councillor Bancroft. Anyone else wants to put their hand up?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to start with a factual statement which comes from artificial intelligence research. A lithium-ion container fire can burn for hours or even days. Because these fires create their own oxygen during the thermal runaway process, they are incredibly difficult to extinguish, often leading to such situations where crews must simply manage the fire until it consumes all the fuel. I am not planning to vote either for or against the motion. I would suggest that we defer the motion and that this issue of the fire risk be further investigated.
Thank you. I'll take that as a foreshadowed motion. Thank you. When we go back into formal. Now I've got Councillor Bancroft. Thank you. Oh no, sorry. Councillor Peters, then Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. One question I should have asked when I was doing the presentation. Can these fires be put out with water or do they require chemical?
I don't think they will put out anything. They just would burn themselves out.
I don't know, but the RFS,
Definitely not water. They cannot fit that.
well, the RFS doesn't carry any chemical as far as I know to put out fires.
Well, I can just add that, like in recent, like about 6 months ago, some local RFS people they did an exercise with a lithium fire type thing, and they're basically told they cannot put it out. They just have to manage that the fire doesn't spread, and that's just the simple reality of the issue. So now I've got Councillor Bancroft.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Madam Mayor. Duncan Lewis, in his conversation with us there this morning, said that okay, that the road, the classification of the road, if it was thought by council that okay, we would probably need it upgraded, that they would be commensurate with that. I'd like to see how that would go in the future, because I believe that okay, if the road was brought up to reasonable standards to the end of the road, so access was available to residents and also to the RFS, then that might sway my consideration. In regards to noise, I did some research over the days before in looking at decibel ratings of native flora and fauna, and I found that okay, our loudest bird, which I would say have to be the crow, whose call can go for 1,000 miles, will call at a rate of 60 decibels. Now, we're talking 33 decibels, so that's crickets. Okay, my request is, where is this noise coming from? Is it the electrical noise of the batteries, or is it from the cooling fans?
But just we'll get to Madam Sally, if possible. Do you think that one will notice?
Through Madam Mayor. Firstly, in terms of the road, the first comments you made, there is a condition on page 152 that refers to any damage to public infrastructure. It does require a road audit and dilapidation report. So that's to be done prior to any construction work taking place to determine the condition of the existing road. At the completion of the project, another report is to be prepared, and any damage that's caused during that construction phase is to be repaired at the full cost of the developer. At this point, there's no I guess there's no nexus or reason why council would require an upgrade of that section of road purely for the construction phase or for the operational phase. The levels of construction traffic would be similar, very similar to that what you would expect for construction of a dwelling house, but over a shorter period of time in terms of concrete trucks, vehicles, construction traffic. So in terms of its actual construction, I guess the impact on the road is not considered to warrant any upgrading of the road itself or its ongoing use. The second question in terms of the noise, the acoustic report identifies that the noise levels, they've actually factored in an extra 5 decibels on top of what they predicted. So they talk about, I'll just refer to my report. So the acoustic report is done in accordance with the EPA's noise policy. So obviously when council's assessing any application with noise implications, we need to assess it against criteria. Those are the criteria that the EPA have set out, and the acoustic treatments that have been put in place have been able to meet those outputs or those requirements. We can only go use our assessment based on the professionals and the experts' reports and the recommendations based on the criteria that we have in front of us.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just a couple more. When these batteries, if they are driven to the point of exploding into fire and they burn continually, is there smoke or fumes that comes from the fire, and is there any such contaminants that are airborne in that smoke?
Do you know I can't answer that question? I guarantee it's fine.
So, through you, Madam Mayor, I do have that answer sheet right in front of me, if you would like me to read it out, also the ALA as well. I'll move to you anyway because there's some questions in your council matrix got any more.
Through you, Madam Mayor, there's just one final thing. I do have a bit of an apology to the residents in the area, because a lot of the literature I read was about line of sight, interruptions and things like that. Looking at my research through all the judgments that even went to the High Court, unfortunately line of sight has been ruled out as being negligible and does not account. So unfortunately I cannot take that into the view, but I will take on the aspects of the actual condition of the road and access for residents. So at the moment I'm in the brick and hard place.
You might be a rock on the road. So Councillor Rhodes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the answer to Councillor Bancroft's question, that symptoms usually develop within 1 hour of taking in the smell of lithium. So that's just another AI report. My question is relating, I suppose, going back to Mr. Waller's original discussion. At no time did Mr. Waller say they didn't want it to happen. They talked about it happening in a different part of the land, and we've had no discussion around that. So Ms. Davidson, my question to you is, has there been any other sites looked at for this project?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the development application is specifically for this site, so that's what staff assess. We assess it in that forum, I guess. We don't look at potential other locations. Certainly, that's the same with any development application. If you want to build your house in this location, we'll assess it in that location. We don't look at alternates for an applicant. It's up to the applicant to identify that location.
Thank you very much. So once again, Ms. Davidson, one of Mr. Waller's points was that there at the end of the road, we've had quite a lot of discussion around whether or not a fire may occur and what would happen. Has the council looked at in the DA process as to how his family would get out of that area should the battery explode or catch fire or whatever else.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I guess it's a difficult, we're predicting or trying to forecast what might happen in an emergency. And as we all know, in bushfires, there are many different scenarios that could play out. And I don't think it would be fair for me to try to answer that scenario based on something that hasn't happened. But if we look at in practice, what would happen is obviously warnings are sent out in terms of fires. The Waller's residence is more than 200 metres from the road. And I mentioned before, if this was being built today, the dwelling was being built today, they would have their own on-site protection. It would have to be assessed at that point in time. In the event that something was happening, it may be safer for them to stay. They may not have to evacuate. That's all something that's assessed at that point in time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rose. And I also live at the end of a one-way road. But being on a farm, we can escape into neighbouring properties because of, and we've got forward rights, because Mr. Wallace said they're not farmers, so they have two-wheel drive vehicles. So that is a consideration that they may not be able to, skirt off into a neighbouring property, and therefore you have to be in the stay. My question also comes back to the road. Now we know from the previous owners that at times they have been in wet weather, they have been stuck at their residence because of the state of the road. For the forward construction, proposed construction, and the fact that the road has got a 5 metre top to it, where you can pass two vehicles but not necessarily a truck and a vehicle, is it expected to have traffic controllers any time a truck was, if the project was approved, any time there was a truck to enter to get from Bellevue Road to the site?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Condition 13 requires a construction traffic management plan. So that plan will look at the full detail of the type of construction vehicles that were coming, the time of day, and if necessary, traffic control will be put in place. Once that plan is lodged with council, we'd have our engineering team look at that, our infrastructure team look at it to determine that it met the requirements, the relevant requirements for traffic control.
So those conditions don't come from here; they come from the. So the step is, if we were to approve it, then these various plans would come in, and that's where you would hope that things like that would become a condition. But we as councillors don't impose.
Yes, we are imposing those conditions. So my conditions are included as an attachment. So condition 13 is council's recommended condition, all of those conditions, which is the detail of plan to come in. And then obviously it must satisfy that detail for our infrastructure team to meet the relevant requirements, as with any construction on public roads.
Actually mentioned that.
In dot point 4 in condition 13.
Page 151. Yeah, dot point 4. There's safety signage. Temporary hazard construction signage.
Condition 13.4, is it a traffic control plan?
Yeah, but it doesn't actually refer to stop and go people though. Just as a traffic control plan, and it may have, so potentially it might have actually traffic control, as in you cannot go past this point because like say if the neighbours wanted to go out to come to town, if there was a truck coming in, there'd have to be a traffic control person to say you can't come because you're going to run into a big truck on a narrow road.
Perhaps our director of infrastructure might elaborate. I mean, my understanding is a traffic control plan will identify when that's needed and if it's needed.
If there's these 20 movements that Mr. Jack Duncan referred to.
No, through you, Madam Mayor, the traffic control plan is quite a broad document, and if necessary, could have stop slow requirements in place in that. If that was being necessary, they can. There's a whole range of traffic control plans or traffic management plans, as they're referred to these days. That go from being very simple, which maybe just signage for certain things, to stop traffic lights, etc.
And with the 20 minutes, you expect to get first. The other thing was with the road condition in that traffic control plan were to be approved, would that also have a no traffic, no heavy vehicle traffic in wet weather or something like that as well? If you go out and physically assess the road, given that at times it has been impassable other than fall drop.
Through you, Madam Mayor, as part of the construction traffic management plan, that could be a condition which would be quite appropriate for a Class D road.
Further question? Oh, Councillor Murphy, did you say?
I'm the full show of motion.
Yes. So, move and second to move back.
Move back into the council meeting.
Second by Councillor Rhodes. I'm just trying to. It's not so. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the rules around moving back from a committee of the whole into the council meeting, resuming standing orders, would be for the committee to have a recommendation back to council so that council can consider the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a vote on your moving back.
Can I move that the committee as a whole recommend to the council that the items we have heard questions and answers for during this committee as a whole process be considered as part of the vote on the actual motion?
Yes, that's not a decision.
Can we just back to that?
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I'm not clear in my mind.
Yes, it wasn't a clear decision, but we weren't voting on anything. Sorry, Councillor.
Madam Mayor, no, thank you. Three, what I'm concerned about, and we've been here before, and fully support and respect everyone's opinion on this. We want a damn good reason as a council to not approve this. We've had a highly qualified town planner put a report together. Thank you to Mike. And we need to be really careful. Capital Council right this very moment, we're in the Land Environment Court case upon over $300,000 because of that don't knock back a DA. So I'm really concerned where we're hitting here, and if we come up using a better wordsmith than myself to knock this back and put in some form, which the general manager is asking for at the moment, or why we wouldn't approve this. So I'm really interested where we're going to head here.
So thank you very much, Councillor. I didn't hear outright refusals. I have taken note of Councillor Murphy's foreshadowed motion to defer to get. Well, he did mention that he would be moving to defer the item to await more information regarding the fire risk, and that since we're still in the committee of the whole, I mean the comments regarding the landscaping and the acoustics have been answered because as Duncan Lowe said, the acoustics are actually to the north and the west. The landscaping is around the entire perimeter. Our whole Shire, Mr. Waller, is classified as bushfire prone, and therefore if you couldn't plant trees because you're bushfire prone, then that means every tree on every farm would have to go. You know, farmers are planting all over the place, as are rural lifestyle blocks. From a visual aspect, any farmer can build a 200 square metre shed. I think that's the right area to make without a DA. So, you know, paddocks could have multiple sheds. However, personally, my concern is the road, because I'm aware of that road and its condition and the previous issues we've had in heavy wet weather. And thought then of big trucks maybe accessing and ripping it up even worse, and they're making it impossible for other neighbours to get on. Also, I'm very concerned about fire because, and obviously to Councillor Bonner, the last place I'd like to see it is in an industrial area. I'd like to isolate it so that if there was a fire, then the smoke would not impact multiple people. And because we do know, and I know directly from speaking with Garbes, that they've been told you cannot put it out. You simply have to be there and make sure it doesn't spread through the landscape. So that is my concern, being close to town, being close to houses. If there was a fire, I could not get a clear answer as to how long, other than Dr. Google, thank you, Councillor Murphy, that it can go for days. And I'm aware of instances where they have gone for days. And that is my issue, is the location in relation to neighbours, in relation to if we did have a fire. We all know how quickly our fire service will get there. God love them, Barney Down, Steinbrook, etc. would be there like a flash, as would the town brigades. But they can't do anything about it if the suppression system does not work. So my concern is location and proximity to not just the close neighbours, but the town itself. If you have a wind, then you've got all that toxic smoke blowing in. So to me, location is really important, and not against the project at all. We know these things do have to have their place, but I personally would be in favour of deferring so we get some more information, and is there a possible relocation to a more isolated area where it could still occur, still attached to these special voltage lines, but not be so close to other residences. So that's where I believe, as a committee as a whole, we would be moving back into the council meeting with the motion to defer, coming from Councillor Murphy, awaiting more information on fire control and in the event of a fire, and potential relocation to a more suitable, not saying we don't want it, but where it would be better situated, where it would, if the worst happened, it would have less impact on people, and provided that gets a seconder, that would be where I suggest we would be going.
Madam Mayor, just once again through you, just to clear the air, and I thank the presenters for their presentations this morning. They were very good, very detailed. That the residents are out there, and I sympathise with it. Was not impressed at all with Mr. Arnold with his explanation. No problem at all. We're in a public meeting. I'll put my name to it. And fully support, which I just wanted to flush that out. We weren't getting anywhere, but people saying that they're not really happy with it. You need a reason. And if the warnings that have come from me, Madam Mayor, that's what it was. Be very careful where we're heading.
Absolutely. And as I said, I don't believe we are against the facility such as that. The question everyone has raised has been the location. And had it not been for particularly the fire risk, the road thing could be managed through conditions. It's the fire, should it happen, and unfortunately we have seen it happen in Australia as well. And the other question I did have before we move back in is there a bond attached to this? Because we saw just yesterday where that solar installation fire that happened before Christmas is now a massive blackened debris, including broken glass and toxic contamination of the soil. And the company who had it has gone broke, even though they've taken $79 million of taxpayers' money and backed by a billionaire. That company has now gone broke, and the community doesn't know what the Jeroboam does not know what's going to happen now to that site. Is there a bond to money attached to this?
No, there isn't at this point, Madam Mayor. No.
So we can.
Can I just add something to that, Madam Mayor? Look, the principle of the battery systems is a sound one, and I just don't want the council to be in this position where you get accused of sort of NIMBYism.
Of what?
NIMBYism, not in my backyard.
Right.
Because okay,
what's the word?
If there is fumes and so forth that emanate from a couple of cells of in this fire, I want to know, okay, they might be harmless, but then I have to know what's the dispersal rate in an open air. Because, okay, this is, what, 1.5 to 2 kilometres out of the centre of town. We have a constant, every evening, easterly breeze of some direction. So, and that doesn't mean that, okay, what comes out there 2 inches above the fire concentration what is it when it actually hits the air and it's moved for a kilometre? There's, to me, I think that as the further we get away from that in distance, the dispersal rate is higher. So I don't want that to be the principal accuser of turning this down. I think that in essence, if we go back to the clause, it's it's the protection of our residents there in the case of any fires or hazards. And I think that if we look at it in that context, I'd say that if we got clarification on what they stood and the aspects of upgrades, on paying for upgrades to roads to ensure access for all residents as well as themselves and the safety of the transport on the road, then that would be where we should go. All the other, as the Mayor pointed out, can be addressed by us. But this is the point that it could absorb costs against us to get out there and do on the road ourselves. Whereas the proponent for this battery should be or give the council compensation for any kind of upgrade to that road. So I think that when we get up there, that's Peter, if it can be understood that way.
Yeah, thank you. So we do have a motion on the table, which would be to remove back into committee, and that the general recommendation that we seem to be looking for is a deferral of the matter and seeking further information on fire duration should the worst come to the worst and suppression not work, the control, what toxins will be present, the dispersal rate, smoke, the humming, because we can deal with conditions in the traffic control plan, etc. Whether there is a bond, and also looking at not saying no to the thing at this stage, but getting more information and asking the proponent to explore relocation of the installation. Okay, all in favour? Carried. Thank you. We're now back into our formal committee. Council. Right. So I'll hand over to Councillor Murphy to remove his
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
amendment.
I would like to move that the matter be deferred until for consideration to the April council meeting, so that we can have answers to the various issues you just listed.
Madam Mayor, just if I may, and through you, then that's fine. But bit rounded, is it, Councillor, like those things are we going to identify those? Right.
Thank you. So that would be move. The amendment is to move to defer the matter to the April ordinary council meeting, awaiting further information on fire duration should suppression not contain the fire within the battery. Control. Sorry. To wait further information in relation to, or specifically in relation to fire duration and control methods should a fire exceed internal suppression devices, comma, toxin presence, comma, dispersal rate of smoke, and additional information on the humming. Comma. And request. Yes, we don't need. Please update, yes. And request consideration by proponents of potential location to a more isolated place. Oh, yes, I've got the wrong. Consideration by proponent of potential alternate location, comma, and whether a bond is proposed.
We're going to add something about the road upgrades.
No, because we can do that in turn. We don't need
We
there.
don't need
That would just come as part of the council process.
He did state that, okay.
Yeah, that's happy days. If it comes back to council, like when it comes back to council, those conditions can go in.
Good.
That doesn't require further information. We can do that in turn.
May I have a question for tonight, Ms. Davidson?
Hang on, you need a seconder yet? You need a seconder for yours. Does that meet your requirements, councillor Murphy?
That's why I need to ask the question.
Right.
Ms. Davidson, does council have the power to request an applicant to consider alternative sites?
Through you, Madam Mayor, not really, no. As I stated earlier, the application is lodged for council's consideration on this parcel of land as proposed. That's what we're here to assess.
Thank you. In that case, Madam Mayor, I suggest that needs to be deleted.
But I think the proponent would get the message. So a seconder for council personnel is a seconder for the amendment. So you'll get and request, delete the and request consideration by, yeah. I'll leave it on it then.
That's right.
And whether a bond is proposed. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, is that meeting your requirements?
Thank you. Can I speak to that, please?
You may speak to that.
Thank you. I agree with Councillor B. We have to be very careful of voting against the proposal unless we have legal grounds to do so. At the same time, it's clear from all the concern expressed by all the issues relating to fire risk that we don't have the information that we need to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There's some use to speak to them as a seconder. Councillor Roach, you wish to comment? Yep. You're right. Any further comment or so all in favour? Against? Carried. Yes, so we need a division, so there's unanimous. So all councillors, thank you. And thank you very much, and thank you to our proponents as well. As I said, we certainly like this, that many houses at the moment are taking advantage of the government, getting the household back in size. But being in an industrial designation, we need to ensure that this meets all the requirements of our community. Thank you.
Come on.
Thank you. Got that. We will now break for recess. For little lunch. Councillor Petty, so mover, Councillor Petty, seconder, Councillor Rose. Thank you very much to our manager of.
Madam Mayor, we didn't do the division vote.
Oh, no, yes, we did. We've said everything. It's everything unanimous. That's all council.
I thought Council Bancroft was against it.
No, I wasn't against it. I had doubts about parts of it, but I wasn't against the whole motion.
Okay, so it was unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. All in favour to have our break? Thank you. Okay, we will return at 11:25.
Your research, go and see that.
The New South Wales, the Bird Society has got an actual.
You too, you just went for that.
Yeah.
What a question.
Yeah.
There you go.
But when the pro does it vertical.
Earlier. I'm just going to move it to resume.
I stopped at Madam Mayor, so I'm happy to start.
Okay, second by Deputy Shire. We will now go to item COM 1/26, page 30, the sufficient transport. The New South Wales Strategic Regional Integrated Transport Plans New England North West.
Happy to move the question, Chairman.
Are we, who's presenting?
Okay.
Yourself?
Okay.
So, I seconded for the item, Councillor Murphy.
Yeah, there's something over
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. General Manager. And then we'll start.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll take the report as being read, and no credit. I don't want to take any credit for the report or the submission as such. We've really received it via Councillor Sawyer. We're in contact with our community member, and it's up for Council's consideration and adoption for us to lodge that submission.
Thank you, Councillor Petty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. Firstly, commend yourself with the mayoral minute back in December and Deputy Sawyer's support of this. My question, Madam Mayor, to do with the licence application, does that mean they look after weeks, the whole box and dice is yours with this road from the bluff back into the to the border?
Well, that's an application, so, if that, you mean the everything getting our own lease?
No, what I'm saying is that rail corridor, which they're applying for, jumping in and doing them wrong. Yeah, so that's, there are some basic responsibility for ownership of that.
Yeah,
To look after it, so they'll have to do everything.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they take over the lease. Is my understanding. Any further questions regarding that? That's for report submission. Yes, Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to I got one question here, Mrs. What's the current legislation of the corridors, state and federal jurisdictions?
State. Sorry, the federal government, the rail is state. The federal government and state government have like a joint agreement, don't they, to do with the highways?
Yeah, right, yeah.
So, sorry, the federal government provides money to the state for highway upgrades, maintenance, etc. For instance, like the Bolivia Hill, that was part federal, part state. All the bypasses are part federal, state. And in Tenterfield had their bypass at the time it was announced. There was 96 from the federal government and 24 from the state. The Tenterfield bypass, the New England highway, that was so the New England highway would be made. The bypass would have been heavy ridiculous. No, the New England highway inside, so that you would always still remain the highway, but that was going to be a heavy bigger bypass with the intent that your vehicle GPS would keep bringing you through the town unless you truck.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I urge all councillors to approve this on the basis that if we don't keep the light flickering on the hill, we'll lose the rail line because only this week our regional council announced that they are continuing with their plan for a rail trail, but it won't have any rail on it. Once that's done, you can get any chance of the rail being reopened. So it's not costing us anything except the time spent to endorse this submission. If anybody wants to go to a meeting, it's at the Royal on Friday at 6:30. There's a committee meeting of the local sector of this particular organisation will be formed to keep the pressure on, to at least keep it on the table as a planning matter, not completely lost because they let it go to regional council and other entity.
Thank you. Any further comments? Councillor Peters.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As far as I can gather, that the Armidale Council is starting work next week on the corridor, pulling up the rails. As far as I know, they're prepared to start work next week. I heard on the news.
So we know that Armidale and Glen has lost their 14.8 million dollars, so they have had for the round. So I think they were going to close as a small
council leaders. They're starting their planning of what they're trying to.
No, I think they were starting work. They said not
the rail.
I didn't say plans. They did say work.
Thank you.
Planning work. Work means work.
Very well. All in favour? Carried. Page 37, item C11(2)/26. Acknowledgement of Tenterfield Tourism Group quarterly report from October to December 2020 by the mover, please. Councillor Rhodes, seconded by Councillor Bonner. Director Liz, do you have any comments, please?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no comments on this. This has come to me from the President of the Executive.
Thank you very much. Questions to this report? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to express three concerns. Firstly, page 42, it talks about work with village to create signature events for each. Nothing has happened in that regard for the Lydia and Torrington, and they're wondering why they haven't been contacted in that regard. The second one is I'm concerned about the brochures and other material that's on display there. I went and had a look, apart from the fact that a very high percentage, I didn't work out exactly, but looked like about close to half of the brochures were from the Southern Downs. And the third thing, there is this particular brochure which I brought in. It's Birthplaces of the Southern Downs. This brochure is displayed in 3 separate slots, and yet the local one, which is bird watching in Tenterfield, is nowhere to be seen. And I would like whoever's responsible to convey those 2 concerns to the chamber. And the third concern was from a ratepayer yesterday, and that is that ratepayer is aware that they are featuring sales of products made in Bangalow and in Sydney, and has asked why an organisation financially supported by the council and therefore our ratepayers is helping towns outside our shire benefiting financially. So those are the 3 concerns I'd like expressed by whoever needs to express them to the chamber.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Do you know who's responsible for or who previously printed that bird book? Was that me?
The bird watching Tenterfield districts was Landcare, and I was told by Jeffrey Robinson they have hundreds of available if someone would take the trouble to go to Landcare and pick them up and put them on display.
Perhaps our Landcare councillor, Mr. Purcell. Oh.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, but I don't know anything about the bird watching part of the Landcare.
That's right, but no, it's just that Councillor Murphy just said that Landcare do have hundreds of copies of the local bird book. If someone would care to pick them up and take them down there, thank you. I was just volunteering myself.
I have heard that there is plenty there. Yeah, for sure.
We'll chase that one up, Councillor Rhodes.
On Saturday morning, I spoke to a member of Landcare who is actually a bird watcher and a photographer of birds. She informed me that she will make sure that some of the boxes of the bird watching brochure get down to the visitor centre this week. So that one's been sold. Councillor Murphy did tell me about the text that he received in relation to the BIC featuring products from out of Tenterfield. The short answer is they have got some products there that are made in Tenterfield. So the local leather maker does some leather work for them. They have spoken to a lady who makes stuffed animals. Unfortunately, she can't produce as many as they need to keep it up, and they're Australian native stuffed animals, so she declined. So it's all about supply and demand, and if we haven't got the people in our community that are able to supply the products, they can't sell it through the School of Arts. They need to be packaged in a way that people are travelling from overseas can get them back overseas easily as well. And they don't want to compete with people like Make It that already sell those sort of items that, there's businesses already in Tenterfield. So that was just the very quick answer that I was given when I made an inquiry. But certainly if council wants to make further inquiries, I'm sure Councillor Bonner and I can at the next meeting.
I do know that they were contacting local suppliers, including, but obviously they have for the leather. They also, I think, were featuring the Tenterfield Soap Company.
Yes.
So they're looking at items that are readily saleable and that they can get as much local as possible. There's certain things like little tutor native animals that no one locally makes those, so that's why they get them from. Get them away, but I do know that Mrs. Walsh, she was talking to a number of people to try to get local suppliers for them.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Beck.
I know I might ask this to you, Madam Mayor. I might ask this question repeatedly, but okay. Now this is the TCTIB financial report. So it's Tourism Group and the Chamber.
No, it's just in relation to our contract with them to fulfil our tourism provision.
Well, yeah, I just wonder why they keep on putting it just as tourism, and they've got it as industry and business as well.
Because they're contracted to us to provide tourism services.
Industry and business is not a business.
Yeah, so there are other roles, there are other overarching role is the Chamber for Tourism, Industry and Business. That's separate. All we have contracted them for is to provide tourism services.
It's just that, okay, to me, I get up there and read this first and it says, okay, we're looking at the productivity of the Tenterfield Chamber of Commerce and also the tourism group. But as it's presented here, we're only talking about the tourism group.
Absolutely. If you have concerns about anything to do with their other roles in the community, you would take that to the President at things. So I have
One thing I'd like to know, Madam Mayor, is have we got any figures on how many extra tourists the tourism board get into Tenterfield?
I'm not sure that's the general manager or the director might be able to answer that, but I do know that they are. I believe they're members of the Australian tourism data, and that does provide information about how many people are coming in, etc. My query was actually about in taking into regard your comment that they do stuff for people when they get here, but what they don't actually get people here. I understood there was going to be vision and they would actually have some TV ads. Because a lot of them aren't actually that dear. We had very successful TV ads some years ago, which brought lots of people to the area. You could actually probably reuse the same footage with much of it. But I don't see anything here about any movement on the TV ad to actually encourage people to come here. So we could take that on notice and perhaps direct this to the chamber.
Sorry. In some of the reports, I have noted that they do put occupancy rates of our motels and Airbnbs. This report doesn't have that. Sorry.
But we do know that there's social media in particular is very widespread. So Sarah Wright has been doing a wonderful job on that. There was reference on page 42 to anyway, they were doing videoing something or other. But I don't know where those videos were supposed to then be distributed or whether they are just to go on social media. Perhaps we can just get some clarification on those items. Thank you. No further questions? Okay. Stand vote to receive a note for the report. And thank you. And carried, and we'll get those questions to the chamber. So page 43, item CRM3/26, draft communications plan 2026 to 2029. A mover and a seconder to this one, please. Move Councillor Rhodes, seconded by Deputy Sawyer. And what was so big? Oh, yes. You can come to the table. Thank you very much. Our communications officer, Sophie Joyce. Thank you, sir. Do you wish to speak?
I'll make some introductory comments. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'll just make some introductory comments and then Sophie can say a few things, and if there are any questions, we're happy to answer them. So you will note, Madam Mayor and councillors, that we've prepared a draft communications plan that is fairly extensive, but hopefully manageable. And as I have mentioned previously, I think it's an important piece of the puzzle for council to work more strategically in also ensuring that it will become financially sustainable into the future. And a big part of this plan is to portray a positive image of council, not by focusing on things that don't exist, but highlighting the good work that council is doing on a continual basis, and also opening up communication lines with the community, for the community to better understand the role and function of local government, where it sits in the hierarchy in relation to state and federal government, and particularly also the difficulty that we as local government have or has in relation to receiving sustainable grant funding from the other spheres of government. And that really council is so hamstrung because we are so grant dependent, and that our rate income only accounts for a reasonable percentage of our total revenue, depending on what the particular budget is, but sometimes as low as 18 and 20%. And then added to that, the unfortunate situation that the only way that council can actually increase its general fund revenue is through a special rate variation. Our neighbours to the south, Gleninna 7 Council, as well as Urella Shire councils, they have both put in for special rate variations to be considered in 26. So we will know the outcome of that hopefully before 1st of July. It'll be very interesting to just keep an eye on the progress with that. But in the event that council has got no other choice to go down that similar path, it would be important for us to build some social capital within our community with the previous SRV and the whole process there. That whole process unfortunately has eroded a lot of our social capital, and this is an attempt to open the communication lines, to be open and transparent, to communicate on a regular basis with our community and to keep them up to date with what exactly our situation is. That's in a nutshell. Mayor, don't necessarily whether you would like to add anything to that.
Thank you, Ryan. And yeah, if I may add to that. So, you know, as I'm sure we're all aware, good communication is a good government tool for council. This plan really responds from shifting from, I guess, historic issue by issue type communication and a little bit more reactive type communication to a more coordinated and consistent long-term approach. It does open up those communication channels with our community. I'd just like to highlight some other things. I won't go over the things that Hein has already touched on, but it does support council in fulfilling our reporting and engagement obligations as well. So that's a very positive step and a benefit for council, not just the community. And it ultimately supports both community, council themselves by creating clearer expectations and reducing the misinformation amongst the community by providing that more proactive and transparent information to the community well ahead of time. And then that, of course, then sort of over time, as we're deepening their understanding, there's a positive effect where when we do engage with the community, they already have the information and a very, very deep understanding, layered understanding of the constraints and the role that council does play and all of the considerations well ahead of time before that we're asking or wanting to have those sort of deeper, more difficult conversations with them. So yeah, it helps us do that with confidence and credibility and just forms the foundations for better conversations in the future and higher ones.
Thank you very much. Just if you could go to page 59, Mr. Chair, to be great with you in the timeline, and obviously on page 49, these reference as you talk about budget and potential proposal to put in a special rate variation. It does say potential on page 49, but in the timeline, just as council notifies. So I just would like the insertion of the word council potentially notifies part of the intention to apply. Yes. You never know, the earth might shift and our federal government might put the tax funds back to where they should be, and there'd be no need for it. The other thing, of course, with our communications, obviously the regular complaints about road conditions, and one would hope that as the disaster works progress, since they were finally approved, that a lot of that would ease until you get to our report later today about our future needs for funding. So it's always our challenge is our road network. Though I would comment that yesterday someone just said how nice it is to drive in some of our Richmond Road, like coming down Mount Lindsay, etc., compared to some other areas. So yeah, thank you very much, and welcome aboard. You may have your initiation. So the right Councillor Murphy has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to compliment our General Manager and our Communications Officer on the excellent work they've done to produce this thorough and comprehensive write-up. However, I am concerned that ratepayers, seeing particularly pages 58 and 59, will assume the decision to have an SRV application has already been taken, particularly because on 58 it actually gives details of actions to be taken by 1 March 28 by July 28 and following. So I think on the bottom of pages 58 and 59, it would be advisable to have an asterisk saying if that is a council resolution, if there is a council resolution to apply for an SRB. Because when you go back earlier, for example, page 44, it's mentioned as an option, but it also says we'll explore all avenues. So I think it's a bit concerning. By the time you get to page 58 and 59, it looks like fait complete. And if I only read those 2 pages, I would say, when did council agree to have an SRB? So I would suggest to recommend that there be a note at the bottom of pages 58 and 59 if there is a council resolution to apply for an SRB. Thank you.
Yes, in the absence of alternative funding sources and an SRB is required. Same thing on page 58 on the second dot point there. Program relating to, you could insert a potential special variation for council. 58. Thank you. Councillor Bancroft.
Mine is not expression, mine is just to get up there and congratulate Sophie on the documents presented today. And I can see the hidden bonus that the greater the population is aware of what the council is doing, the better feedback we get when we do our CSP reports and so forth. And with our planning and everything like that, we inevitably get a better result. So, and it's more agreeable because it comes from the people, not from us telling people what to do.
Okay. And on that line, I have asked for a meeting release and a Facebook item about our 90-year lease signing with Voter as well, because that is obviously a good news story and shows council's positive support of the organisation and the future of our airport. All in favour to receive a note of those slight changes? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very much for that. Page 60. So page 63, which is item CLM4/26, the vacant council land at Clarence Street, Tenterfield. Move it a second for this one, please. Moved by Councillor Rowe, second by Councillor Peters. Now, our GM is just handing down an amended officer's recommendation.
Madam Mayor, you need to approve what someone voted to approve that.
No, because it's his report and he's amended his own recommendation, so that's fine.
Right.
But I just need a move second for the item, that's all. And I will get, so it's changed, so it'll be that council advertises for expressions of interest from interested developers for development proposals for the vacant Clarence Street, Tenterfield, lot 1, DP 613385, so in other words, land between the Tay and the casino highway. To request the general manager for a brief for the above mentioned EOI to be developed for council's consideration and adoption at the 2026 ordinary council meeting before the EOI has been advertised, incorporating housing style options and target market elements for the brief. I'll now refer to our Mr. GM to explain further.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. We've had a meeting as staff from a developer in town who is interested in that development of the block over and above the contents of the report in the business paper. And councillors will also remember that we've had another developer during the second half of last year who has also expressed his interest at the time, and I'm led to believe that he might also still be interested. So given the level of interest in the vacant land in Clarence Street, I think it's reasonable Thomas's recommendation to recommend to you to put it out on an expression of interest basis, and let's see what we get back, and then we can council can exercise its discretion and judgment on what we get back, the contents of those proposals, and council will hopefully be in a position then to pursue the development of that block going forward.
Thank you. Questions to the GM? Councillor Murphy. And then Councillor Becker.
I'd just like to say I fully support the General Manager's recommendation.
Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor. To the GM, what is council's commitments around the actual screening the waterway and private side in regards to this?
Madam Mayor, like with any other development, the development proposal or the DA as such will be assessed, and the assessment in regards to the flood zone area and so forth will form an integral part of that. Any interested developer will have the opportunity to have access to information that we have in that regard, but the DA will be assessed against criteria and will do, as far as is possible, make sure that there will not be a flooding problem into the future there.
Our manager of management has those flood mappings. All in favour? Carried. Thanks very much. Equals, Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Peet. Thank you. Now we move to page 68, item COM 5/26, Council Sealed Road patch information. I move it seconded for this one. It's moved by Deputy Sawyer, seconded by Councillor Bonner. Thank you very much. And I will pass that to, sorry for those online. It's the office recommendation is that council considers hiring a specialised patching truck for 12 months and the necessary budget allocation to fund the ongoing maintenance of council's sealed road network. Council considers approving 3 new staff positions as from the 1st of July to form a patching team for council's sealed road network.
Actually, move the question.
Councillor Donovan. And so, Matthew, did you want to make any comment before we have councillors? Okay, so the Director of Infrastructure, Matthew Francisco will comment, and then we'll start with questions with Councillor Beck.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I may, I'll give a brief comment, and then I'll hand it over to our Manager of Works, Mr. Painter. This report is as a result of the presentations we did last year to council in their workshops, where we talked about road maintenance at length, and one of the items we discussed was the method with which we patch potholes. And in that presentation, we talked about a more appropriate vehicle rather than a standard flatbed medium rigid truck. The report here that our Manager of Works has put together is much more detailed, and it's full of very useful technical information. Obviously, the financial implications are quite significant, and just as a preface to what the Works has to say about this, we do need to consider very carefully that we can afford this, as well as the other essential road maintenance activities, such as reseal, which really protects our network at a very low cost in comparison to rebuilding roads. You know, if acceptable, Madam Mayor, I'll now hand over to Manager of Works, Mr. Painter.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Painter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just supporting what our director has said about not reducing reseals and our methodology for conducting pothole repair. I'll take the report as read if there's any question.
Thank you. And so Councillor Foller's not going to jump up and down and be excited because of the words jetpack. But our first question is coming from Councillor Betty.
You leave. No, favourite thing.
You know that.
I'm not going to see the end of that jetpack. What, I'll have to after that, then it's only a 12-month recommendation as a rental. So my first question is, when 12 months happens, then what? Do we renegotiate if we want to retain the vehicle? Is it just a straight rental sort of setup? That's my first question. And then maybe the next comment is more to do with the effectiveness of the vehicle versus the jetpatcher. I have seen in some cases where the jetpatcher actually has done a reasonable job with good quality assurance supervision over that operator. Whereas am I on the right path where this is the old style where they deliver the hot mix, it's got the waking packer on the side, it's done the old fashioned way, might be a little bit slower, but the efficacy would be higher?
Cold mix.
Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, it's only hiring the truck for 12 months to give us a feel of how the truck will perform. Beyond that, we would then consider, do we consider the rehire or shall we buy? I hope some of those purchases they're fairly considerable. And the jetpacker effectiveness, yes. So that occurs if I have enough people in the crew. So if you look at this, when you read the report, there's a crew of one who operates the truck. We have a leading hand position that works with that truck driver on the jetpatcher intermittently. If we increase that crew to 5, as suggested in the report, we now have a pretty good crew, and I'll have a leading hand there.
Sorry, can I just to really clarify for our councillors, this hire and the extra staff, that will come out of disaster funding for this type. Funding, sorry, not just
Madam Mayor, in the short term, as stated in the report, we have DRA funding left, which doesn't do a great deal towards our seal network for pothole repairs. We have the RERF funding, which expires in June 2027. That's how we're funded in the interim. Beyond that, council needs, we need to set aside specific budgets in our maintenance to maintain that seal network.
Sorry, so the roof funding was at the 7 million originally. So do you mean that will all go on the seal network? None of it for the railroad?
No, it is shared between the unsealed network and the sealed network.
Just what's required out of swimming well. Yeah, no, sorry.
No,
thank you.
Could it be argued that the quality effectiveness of this jetpatcher should prevent rework, where if the job done right first time, you don't get the revisits like we have in the past with the jetpatcher? Would that be a fair comment?
Yes, in the report, I talk about repairing a deeper pothole. We're talking 50, 75 mil pothole that's got away from us. If you do that with comics and this type of a truck, the advantage of this type of truck, it's easy to compact because you can get your compact off easy. Hand length is easy to get at. It effectively will give us a better product at the end because it was done by hand. Whereas the jetpatcher, its specialty is full width spray, smaller pothole, and covers a large area at the same time. So they both have applications, but the jetpatcher is not specialised towards the bigger, larger potholes.
Yeah. Thank you. So now we've got sorry.
Sorry, you were leaning back.
No, council, through you, Madam Mayor, council wants time with thunder and all that. But I just want to commend, got the floor. James, thanks for the very detailed report. I've learned more about asphalt and bitumen and potholes than I even knew. So thank you.
Well, I put comments that they had it in a container, and they're actually offering it to 10 Bs to take. And I seriously started thinking, can I get this on the phone? Thanks, Councillor Bancroft.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the blank for the plus, but there wasn't one. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd like to comment that this Councillor Monroe stole my double thunder.
Sorry.
In the statement about the jet patcher and my dislike for it, and also about the judgment call on the positions that were taken here. But I look at the principle about what you're saying with cold emotions, and with one operator, we have a tendency for that operator to pack down whatever emulsion he put down there with the tyre vehicles and things like that. So this would ensure that at least those potholes could be vacuum packed. Right. Now, on page 70, I see that, okay, we've got a chart and it gives us a complete total of pothole maintenance. But I've noted on page 69 that the actual increase in costs goes up to 643,500. Is that right? It's not in total because we have existing places right now that are already filled. So we've got additional three labourers, two utilities, and a hire truck. Is that so? That came to my additions $693.52 or something like that.
Says the additional is more than 3.
Now, the variation from what's there for the whole lot and what's being introduced means that it's reduced by $430,056. So that the end cost is $693,000, yes, which says on page 69. So this truck is hired for 1 year, and after that 1 year, do these units and these positions start?
Through you, Madam Mayor. There's a couple of questions there. So currently at the moment, when you look at table 1, the first column there is a truck hire. So that's a hire patching truck that I'm referring to. Next column is about additional wages. We'll have 3 additional staff. The existing wages, the truck operator and a leading hand, we currently have. Leading hand position is currently vacant. The existing jet patcher cost for the year, and then you can see the materials and the 2 utes that we utilise. All this currently is funded basically through work and some of our maintenance money. Beyond that, we need to be able to fund our maintenance budgets. So I could continue on that. The second part of the question, if we put full-time equivalent staff on, yes, they would remain. Unless we called it and said it's a 12-month position. So yes, they would remain.
But the question today is not whether to put them on alternative as permits to apply, right? Sorry, so it's not there. It says considers approving 3 new staff positions to form a patching team. Is that on a permanent basis or on a contract basis? So, Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what the intention would be to advertise those permanent positions with the number of staff we lose from the works department each year. If we were not to continue on this, there would be alternative employment within the works department in any case.
Thank you, sir.
Short term.
And so back to Councillor Bancroft's question, the utes and stuff, they would, are they existing ones we have or you purchase new?
Through you, Madam Mayor, they're existing utes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. And certainly, if we can do a small potholes more efficiently and more quickly, then it stops the water where you're making them larger ones. Now, next person. Sorry. You as you
Ready to vote.
Councillor Peebles.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've observed going up the Shipman's Hill they want the patching on problem potholes there. They've put a fabric or something in with the tar mix. And there was about 6 months ago, these were problem ones, and every time it rained, they had to repair it. It's the moment they're holding up and there's no need to repair them. So it's something to be looked at, I'm sure, but obviously the main roads are trying to smooth way patching potholes.
Any comment?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, you can use geofabric, and that's more in that line of where you've got a particular defect with your pavement, where the sealed pavement is starting to crocodile break, and the pavement is still sound, and the seal is cracked. You can put down, you normally use a hot bitumen, you put a fabric on top of that, and then you apply another couple of coats of bitumen and rock. Probably not that effective for Tenterfield Shire Council. We may have the odd area that goes like that, but we would normally, if we had a paper gun, we want to reseal it. But they just want to highlight that in the current through council case, we have one person patching the entire road. That's our one staff member we have who patches the entire road.
Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm in favour of the recommendation, but it needs to be reworded. Number one, it should say approves hiring, not considers. Considers is not an approval. So number one, approves hiring. Number two, again, it says considers approving, it should be approves 3 new site positions. Just take out considering.
Madam Mayor, if I can just clarify that is the recommendation for council to consider. The moment council approves of it, obviously it becomes approved. But the recommendation is not put to council as an approval as such, it's for council first to consider it.
With respect, General Manager, the legal issue is council approves considering, whereas we want to approve the hiring, we want to approve the 3 new staff positions. So considering needs to come out, otherwise all we're approved is that we're going to consider it.
The same as the BAP UK board is that council approves the DA, so we can look with approves, yeah, because that's what you have to look at. All right, all in favour to approve the hiring of the truck and the extra 3 new staff positions. All in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, and thank you very much, James, for all the work. And we'll have a party if this works very well, and we can sell the Jeff Hunter.
Through you, Madam Mayor, our natural work says investigation of that the PPL doesn't believe that because it's a hiring market, it's being taken.
Thank you. Now, page 97.
73.
Getting carried away. I don't have it, but just get to them.
No.
Item COM 6/26 on page 73, Tenterfield Transport Museum Incorporated lease renewal. Mover and seconder for this one.
Happy to move, Madam.
Moved by Councillor Penny, second by Councillor Bancroft. The Milan, our new lands management officer is not here, so is that Liz? Yes, so Director Liz, thank you very much. Which is, sorry, I'm to do with the recording, that the council approves a new lease for the Tenterfield Transport Museum Incorporated for a 10 by 10 by 10 year lease term with a maximum period of 10 years under this new lease and permitted renewals of 30 years.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll take your report as read, but I just want to give you a little bit of a highlight of how this came about. So the museum lease, the initial lease had run out, was due to be renewed in October 2023. And there was a 10-year option on that. So we had to redo the lease on it with the CMCA request to have the caravan park in the grounds. We wanted to give longevity to the museum for actually giving that sublease to CMCA. So we've redone the lease and backdated it to November 2023 with increasing the term to be 10-year lease, but with a 10 by 10 option. So we're locked in for 30 years. But of course, they can pull out after the 10 years under certain circumstances.
Any questions? Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm very much against the officer's recommendation, and I'll explain why. Page 73. TTMI is a community-based group of volunteers who are committed to developing a quality museum which is unique to the town and the region. They have failed in that objective. Expert at the time of the initial lease is deemed that for the next 5 to 10 years, it is considered a commercial lease rate would be a financial burden on the TTMI. Now, it has come to my knowledge that the Transport Museum is rented out for weddings, and also the recent ukulele muster. The Transport Museum charged them $1,000 for 1 day, $1,000 for 1 day. And the toilet facilities were so insufficient they had to hire 4 portaloos. So we've got a entity which we are de facto financially subsidising, who's making money out of hiring at very high rates the very facility. I'm very much against giving them 10 plus 10 plus 10. I think it should be 1 plus 1 plus 1. And also, we get an assessment after each year. Like we require assessments from, for example, SWAT in the TCTIB, and with VOTA, they actually tell us what their track record. But nothing in the 4 years I've been a councillor about their track record. Don't know what their business plan is. I know they're getting in money like that $1,000. We don't even know where it's going to. And speaking to the general manager early, unless there's a condition in here, which is normal according to leases, any sublease terms and conditions should be approved by council because we are the ultimate landlord, and that's not in there. There should be a condition. Any sublease terms and conditions must come to council for approval. So I do not find what's proposed here to be at all acceptable nor advisable.
Thank you. Just to answer on Dunedin Premium, they failed. They hold a very successful event with their show and shine each year. They have paid for their buildings. They're not council buildings. They paid for those buildings and the erection of the same and the construction. They definitely they have an occasional event there. They had Oracles the Bush thing that was going there. They might have a dinner. And they've had a birthday party, I know, for one of the members recently. They pay the $800 a year, which went up from $1 to $800, and you actually went to $1,000. We dropped it back to $800 because they as part of that new lease, they were that lease included the piece of land directly behind the RFS building, but that was actually required for RFS training and potential choppers, etc., etc. So that came off their lease, so that we reduced their lease by $200 a couple of years ago to $800 a year. They also, I believe, pay rates, etc., etc. So I personally find they do a fabulous job. That was just me, but just to be clear, they are not council buildings. They were being paid for by them. So we're Councillor Petty, Councillor Rose, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, seems that Councillor Murphy led with a negative saying that he doesn't support this. I'm fully supportive of this. To be supportive of your comments, Madam Mayor. This is a very successful group, aligned with very successful people, can-do people, and good on them. 100% they built that shed there, raised wood raffles and whatever they did to raise the money to get it done. And apart from them leasing now, this council, we're talking about relationships. And if we're involved with a very successful organisation, I think that's really good. And they are successful. Thank you.
Thank you. I forgot to mention that they volunteer and provide food at different events to raise money, because when they get vehicles, they have to do them up and all sorts of costs associated. So, sorry, Councillor Rhodes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I think it should also be taken into consideration when people hire that facility. They're hiring tables and chairs that are in excellent condition. They're hiring the use of probably the best kitchen in Tenterfield Shire. There's all sorts of generators and things that actually power. There's no power to that site. And I was also going to say the way that they raise the money to be able to put the best facilities in Tenterfield into that building is by helping organisations like Tenterfield Shire Society, the Tenterfield Autumn Festival. You know, they've been right alongside our Autumn Festival now for 5 years and worked tirelessly to try and raise that money. And I personally believe, as a user of that facility, that I need to pay to use the facilities. They mow the ground around the area and tidy it up. So I just would like to say that I feel that they do a lot of stuff in the community to raise the money, and those people that are using those facilities have to pay in some way to use the facilities, because it's a lot of work for them to clean it up and tidy it up afterwards.
And by working with other organisations, it's true, they come along with their food things and stuff like that. And we've got Councillor Purcell.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I was just wondering, there's a large block of land there that the museum is looking after, and we're talking about putting the TNTA van park there. Is it possible that you just do the lease for the land and the building where the museum is, and then the council take a lease with, say, CMCA to the other part?
That was its involvement. It was investigated at the time, and it was deemed by council staff that it was simpler to continue the lease for the Transport Museum but leased at the CMCA. So that was something that we did look at several years ago, and that was the recommendation from council to go that way. And it sort of crosses boundaries, so it would involve splitting up things, etc. Councillor Purcell. Sorry, Councillor Greg, wrong Greg, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The only part of Councillor Murphy's amendment I would look at is the control of the sublease. I think everything else in the office's recommendation should be approved, but just cover off on the sublease, because I think we do need to control the condition of any sublease.
Which we've done with the CMCA. But we've already done that.
Might sublease again.
Oh, okay. So what wording are you suggesting? Sorry, we're just going to our chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking at page 18 or page 89 of the report, clause 10. It actually has the heading there of transfer sublease, but the content underneath it does not really address any subletting or sublease as such. So we might have to insert another clause there.
So the officer's recommendation that council approves the new lease, etc., and then there'll be A and B. Sorry, after the end of that comma, with the insertion of a sublease condition. So after 30 years, comma, with the insertion of a sublease condition, or a condition in relation to sublease.
Whether they sold to approval.
Yeah.
The insertion of this sublease condition in clause 10 of the contract, addressing the subleasing of a portion of the land. Yes, thank you. And requiring council, the next door, to requiring council consent.
Councillor Murphy, that's This is your issue with letting.
Council consent, including terms and conditions of the sublease.
That's just. Change it, council's first word. Well, this requires council's consent. But that would be all encompassing. I mean, that makes was anything bigger than next group. Possibilities, things you or consent of it. Anyway, okay. So now, just I have one question with the maximum. What's the difference with the maximum period of tenancy?
So Madam Mayor,
So the temporary tenant, the maximum then is 30 years. But it doesn't talk about, so the permitted renewals, that would happen at the end of it. I mean, we do a limiting time while we do photo, we could go to rolling.
10 by 10.
Yes.
But so that the maximum duration that the lease can possibly go is for 30 years.
Okay, so then we completely renegotiate. It's not like photo where we're rolling at 30 by 30 by 30. Okay.
Right, no, I think by 10 by 10. Yeah.
Yes, but yeah, right. So now, Councillor Bancroft.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing wrong to say that non-profits can't get up there and generate good income. And the use of the income is to be self-supporting, so council doesn't have to profit. But also, I think it should be incumbent on these non-profits that are on low leases that they do financially report to council, especially when they have a potential windfall of this MCA category park being added to their income stream. And I would like that the nominal rent is dictated by their financial report, so that it could be proportional to it, to allow them to maintain a profit margin, but also reflect this other leases as well.
Which are on an ad hoc basis, and we saw that up the CMCA's going in.
Right.
And yeah, so if you look at their price and you compare it to some of the other buildings council rents, I think you'll find they're on quite a high rent. Council Peter.
Madam Mayor, through you, there's no, and with respect, Council Bangkok, there is no way in the world that this council can ask an organisation to report to them. Honestly, we don't own them. We lease them some land. That's it.
Yeah, that's okay.
And can I suggest, and it's come up publicly before, how much council rents the preschool area to an organisation that, by virtue of the numbers and the cost, is earning an incredible amount, and there are a lot of outgoings. But the payment to council is by quite minuscule by comparison. So they've gone from a $1 lease to an $800 lease, and this one will introduce CPI. Councillor Rose, last question, and then we go through that.
Not really a question, is that just a reply to Councillor Bancroft. If we are interested, and that's the word if, and whoever, you can always, if it's a not-for-profit organisation, you can Google that information and you'll be able to get all the facts and figures on how many dollars after their AGM.
Yeah, but with the lease, you can't keep changing the price every year, depending on what income they might generate. Okay, all in favour of the amended motion? Against? Division? Yeah, so, is all in favour of having the range recorded? Yeah, there's no reason to hide it, it's all public. And so Councillor Murphy against. Or councillors for. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of that. Now, page 97, item EC01/26, in that same area, development application 24.104, request for review of mission roadworks and permanent jumping. If I may have a move up the second for this one, please, moved by Councillor Rose, seconded by Deputy Sawyer, and Robert once again, our Manager of Planning and Development, Maria Davidson. So this comes back to the CMCA, and if you remember, It came back to council, we re-reviewed the conditions, and we were awaiting a report back from our Director of Infrastructure regarding the pavement with the concern of the 11 metres wide. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. As you just mentioned, this report is a result of Council's resolution of 17th of December 25 in relation to the construction of Francis Street, which was originally recommended to be 11 metres. At Council's meeting, the resolution was that this be referred back to the Director of Infrastructure Services for an assessment of the minimum requirements needed for the safe access and egress of vehicles to and from the site. The recommendation has now been amended on page 97, that width be reduced to 8.5 metres.
Thank you. Any questions to Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Davison, thank you for all the work you've done on this, not only for this meeting, but previous meetings. Have you had discussions with the CMCA as to whether they would be prepared to, in fact, do anything to
Through you, Madam Mayor, Council's practice with development applications is not to discuss what we're proposing in terms of conditions. They requested the review. We're considering that review, and this is the recommendation.
Thank you, what I meant. Had they said what they would accept rather than you proposing something?
They have said they would prefer it to be at the 6 metres, but it has to come back to our infrastructure.
Thank you, Madam. I'd like to make 2 brief statements. I have asked about what would cost to widen it to 8.5 metres, and also what would be the likely increased cost of maintaining Francis Street with increased traffic. And naturally, that was too short notice to work that out. What I was trying to highlight is that if the CMCA agrees to the condition, assuming this recommendation is passed, council gets the benefit of the capital works, and that has to be balanced against the operational expenditure on maintaining the road. So I don't have an idea without answer those questions. What is the balance between the benefit and the cost? But it doesn't worry me, but I just thought it'd be interesting to know.
Thanks, Councillor Murphy. I think from memory it holds 38. It holds 38 vehicles, so you're looking at most an extra 38 traffic movements in a time period. Okay, all in favour to vote? Sorry, to approve. Against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Mayor and planning, so just the decision, please.
Yes, that's all. All in favour against? Hand right? Yeah, it was against. So, Councillor, you're abstaining.
Sorry.
So you're for, yes, so you know you're saying this one. Person said, thank you. Now you've got, thank you very much. Page 114, item EC02/26, Transport Asset Management Plan. Third and a second for this one. Councillor Rhodes, seconder. Thank you, Councillor Turner. The officer's recommendations that council notes the report of the Director of Infrastructure Services, considers the proposed budget allocations and transport infrastructure in the 2026-27 operational plan and budget at the March 2026 ordinary council meeting. Following the adoption of the 2026-27 operational plan and budget, council staff be revised service standards based on the budgets adopted by council. For those revised service standards to be considered by council future. Thank you. So thank you. I will hand over to our Group of Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll take the report as read and just highlight a few key parts of it, and just I guess the important takeaway points for council. As stated before, the value of our transport assets is rather significant. It's our biggest asset class. Obviously incorporates sealed and unsealed roads, bridges, culverts, causeways, and the roadside verges, etc. The typically the shortfall that we plan per year is quite significant. So I think we've estimated about just under $3 million, which is just for the civil and celebration works. The preliminary figure I have for the bridges and the structures, etc. The summarise is roughly around $11 million. So we're sort of underfunding the roads network by about $4 million. As our manager of works keeps reminding me, we're in a very good position at the moment because we've got a lot of funding for DRFA, etc., and it's growth money, which has really propped things up, and he's been able to expend that money extremely wisely, and we're getting quite a good result in our network, but that's going to wind up. It's going to need shortly, unfortunately. The work we had done last year by the consulting company, Payment Management Services, they did a really good job for us in our steel road network, and they indicated our expected funding, which was based on our previous budgets, that the road network would be raised from around 7 to about 6 over the next 4 years. So obviously the roads will get rougher, be more running, and we'll get more complaints. So I think that doesn't service people as well. Yeah, and our manager works team as well. It becomes sort of like a dog chasing its tail, gets worse and worse. It's not a good thing to have. The issue that we have is just with the network, planning to degrade as we're expecting, based on our limited financial capability, which is just a statement of reality, essentially. We give as much money as we can. I'm sure the council is in favour of spending as much as we can on the road network because it's strategic and commercial importance to all the ratepayers and residents of the Shire. But that's it, we can only expend so much, otherwise we'd have to have phenomenal rate increases that would not be supported by IPA, despite all the good information we have. In my view, I should say. I don't know if there's a measure. In saying that, the only other thing for us to do, if we can't expend money, we need to revise our service standards. So, the grading of the gravel roads, the roughness of running that we accept, and then, so we can tell our ratepayers and residents when they complain about the network degrading, this is all we can afford. We can't do what we used to do anymore. Which is a pretty sobering thing to be involved with. None of us want to be there. We all like to have a network getting better and better, but it's just that I guess the responsibility of the budgets really makes us a really difficult position. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer it, and don't know if John really wishes to add to anything that I said this morning.
Thank you very much. With your indulgence, Madam Mayor, just like to draw to Council's attention the fact that with the latest SRP that Council had gone through the process and where IPA has approved a 43% increase for 1 year and not another 43% as was requested for a second year. That 43% drawing is bringing in around 1.8 million in addition to Council's revenues. If we are talking about roughly 4 million deficit to look after our roads, I don't know what that percentage would be, but it will be significant. And I think the reality of it is that whether IPA will approve of it or not, it comes back to the affordability of our ratepayers as well as what they can afford. And that just clearly paints the picture of where we find ourselves as a local government, as many other local governments in Australia or in New South Wales. Similar position, we just don't have enough funding to properly look after our assets. And we can go for an SRP into the future, just for argument's sake, 43%, 1.8 million, still only more than $2 million short of what we need to have. So I just want to bring the reality of that to Councillors' attention. You would have also seen some articles in the news over the past week, where some councils in New South Wales, the two that have been mentioned are out west, Cobar and Walgett, where they are in dire financial straits. There are another 9 that are mentioned, hasn't been mentioned as part of the article that I'm aware of. But I would suggest that there are potentially many more than that. And so it's going on to roost. Local government as an industry does not have adequate funding to basically keep the doors open. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you. Just with the 43%, you said would be another 1.8. Given we've already got the 43 and the extra 1.8, it'd be close to 2,580,000 because of the compounding thing. So did you have a question? Deputy Speaker? No? Anyone? Councillor Murphy?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to make a comment on what General Manager said. The reason, if you look in the detail, why IPART didn't approve the second 43% was on the question of affordability. Now, since that decision by our part, affordability in Tenterfield Shire has gone down because the cost of living has gone up. So it increases the probability that IPART may be reluctant to grant a significant SRV increase. And that highlights the need for us to be very active looking for grants rather than waiting for them to come along and looking to increase our other own source revenue, for example, using our land as a resource, whether it's to sell it or to develop it. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The IPART report, I have read that too, and affordability had been discussed as part of the report and the feedback from IPART. There were many other factors that have also been mentioned. In amongst them, proper or improper, as far as IPART was concerned, community consultation, asset management, data or lack thereof. So to name just a few, so there were many other factors that played a role in that decision of IPART. Chasing one-off grants is typically for capital works. That's not going to resolve the issue for local government. We need an increase of our operational grants, untied grants like FAGs, roads recovery, block grants, etc., so that we can expend those monies on our operational needs. I hear what Councillor Murphy is saying, Madam Mayor, that chasing one-off ad hoc grants on an ad hoc basis has got the potential to actually put us in a worse position than we currently are.
I would, however, strongly suggest that we are still chasing whether you call them one-off or not, grants for our bridges, because if we don't get grants for our bridges, we can't pay them. And that all comes in part of this. As Matthew said, our bridges are costing us $1 million a year. If we have some of the bridges and causeways that have been identified potentially at risk, if they collapse, then we are literally up to creek without paying that bridge. So those one-off grants are important, but they don't help us with physical road maintenance, but definitely for our bridges. So my question, and I did talk about the inadequate data. I would argue that we actually had very strong community consultations, which work. In other words, why they got to that. They definitely, and Matthew's been working very hard about increasing that data so that it's more robust than what we had at the time. Matthew, what is happening with bridge grants? What is available out there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Fixing Country Bridges Stage 2, where we've got a successful grants, has now come to an end. We're just our team is just wrapping up those projects. So out of that, we've got four bridges plus another one built down Burma Road, which was DRFA funded. We've recently had the Black Record generic bridge done in the DRFA as well. So that funding, the council's done extremely well, and it fixed a lot of problematic bridges which were at end of life essentially, in my understanding. Out of council's SRB funding, we've entered into the contract to replace several bridges down High Street Road. So that's all happening on that side of things. So we're replacing quite a lot of bridges at the moment. But the FCB, I'm not aware of a third tranche of that at this stage. Hopefully that does come to pass, because that was extremely beneficial to this council and for many others, and it was administered extremely well by the team that administered that. Really pass on our thanks to that team that did that. Hopefully that will come again. As it was very successful. There is some other overhead source funding that we are putting an application in. It's SLTRP, which is federally through the federal system. And the team, my team, is obviously short staffed at the moment, but we're looking at putting in an application for that for something that's appropriate.
Thank you. So we should be advocating for a third tranche of the fixing cost recovery business.
Madam Mayor, if I may, definitely do that. But with the state government election coming up in March next year, one of the best sources of funding is state election commitments. We can prepare a list of projects that we would take, something that is relatively untied, extremely beneficial, and we benefit that on the devoted with some significant work done there as well through the state government election commitment process, which was fantastic. Take that up, I can remember it for that.
Very good, thank you.
So that was exactly what.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, that's exactly why my hand went up. Are we able to write to Janelle Sappin and ask her if she could get it put on the table that we need to, as all rural councils need a third Granite Bridge funding?
Any further questions? Councillor Paul?
Just a comment, Madam Mayor. I think we're all very well aware that the FedEx grant or the funding of councils is the problem. You know, we've referred to many times there that 0.55% Commonwealth tax revenue, where we really want 1%, etc. But some quick maths I've just done, I think there's 537 councils in Australia. And according to AI Google, it says 55% of those are rural regional. So that's 295 councils, and if we all want $2 million more, that is 0.6 billion that the federal government would have to find just to give councils like us $2 million. So it's going to be a massive battle. But that's really what we need right across Australia. When New South Wales is the same beast, I understand. But with so many funds being diverted to climate change and other viable interests around the world, that's where their money's going. You know, if we don't get money to councils from the federal government, police, ambulance, so many worthy causes around Australia, to ask for another $600 million is a big ask for councils. So I just think we're up against it, and to ask that to get that money from our ratepayers is just going to hurt everybody. So I applaud our Works Department for the rationalisation that they're undertaking and in a common sense, like we've got lots of roads that need fixing in our shop. Generally speaking, they're pretty good. You know, like Mount Lindsay 10 years ago was nothing like it is now. I think we're hitting our strides, we're hitting our the marks we need to just to keep the Shire running. Yes, we can do better and we should do better, but with the funds that we've got available to us, congratulations, you guys have just done an amazing job.
Thank you. I think you mean $6 billion. But yes, when the federal government's livening up business NDIS from 14 billion estimate to well over 40 billion. That's lots of $6 billion that would have gone, not saying people with health issues shouldn't get support, but we've seen how badly that's been altered by billions and billions of dollars that could be going into communities, giving safer travel, less cost on their vehicles, less cost on their health, etc. So we'll keep up the good fight. It's always the very first thing that any
any state, federal, local government,
What was in that?
I'll go Mr. GM and then Owen and then we'll. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just again, draw your attention on debate 116. And just want to add to the comment that Councillor Bonner has made that our road infrastructure is generally speaking comparatively good. And I would agree with, especially in regards to our sealed road network. Yes, we have sections that are not so good, but comparatively speaking, with other councils and so forth, it's actually pretty good. Page 116, our big challenge is that 2.3 million shortfall for our route or gravel roads. And especially those classes A, B, C, and D, especially B, where we have 36-month replacement cycle for it to be great, whilst we know it just doesn't work. So if we now say that we need to reassess our what's the term, the service standards as such, well, that means if we don't have enough, if we run a shortfall, 36 months may become 48 months. I'm just being facetious here, but what does that mean in real terms? And that's the conundrum really that we find ourselves in. Because on the one hand, we've got a good sealed road network, and economics will dictate that needs to be the focus into the future. Maintain that. Do your reseals regularly, do your bottom patching, etc. But what about the unsealed roads? That's the issue. That's really the issue for us.
Looking west.
So, Councillor.
Okay, that just as a quick follow-up to what the General Manager said, Madam Mayor. The increases we have in residential subdivisions, non-residential subdivisions, increases people's requirements for these roads. It's what's happening outside our municipal areas that is increasing the road costs across the board. And that's where I think that it comes from, and sometimes us allowing freehold to happen in the outskirts when we're not actually getting populations in town growth is a factor that should be proportionate to each other for us to maintain something. That's utopian, I might ask. But the other question I had is the General Manager, was it okay? Recently I heard that disaster recovery money is getting released again to councils, especially in the regions. And I think I read it in one of our emails that was delivered. So is that going to be a windfall for council? Is there potential there?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's a little bit complex to some extent. It's really just putting the what we call the central public asset restoration. It's basically putting back the assets to what they were. Obviously, you can't half replace the road, so you get a small benefit condition for the road. So it is a slight windfall to us, but it's only where there's been damage. So it's not like we're going doing a heavy patch or completely reconstructing like 2 kilometres of road, which would then improve the average condition of that network. You get like sort of like 5 or something. The way things are going, even with the DRFA, there'll be a slight improvement. If we go and do the network assessment, which we plan to do in another 2 years, roughly, it'll show that it's probably degraded down more towards 6.5 or something like that. So because it's not extensive enough to do it, it's only doing small areas. And really what we need to do is more large scale sections of the network regularly, like transport does on its major highways. It's the same trick, just we've just got a small scale left.
I think our sealed network we've got as time, as our GM said, it's pretty good. We've got big problems at Paddy's Rack Road, big problems at Hoopers Road, we've got big problems at Throw Road. It's long years and years and years of waiting for the funding, which some of that only was approved in September last year. But then we have to wait for it to get done. And of course, where the conditions worsened, you've then got to argue the toss that you actually need more money. And that's causing accidents, it's causing damage to vehicles, it's causing lots of things. But as our GM pointed out, the gravel roads, and often those gravel roads go to the landowners who are paying significant rates, and their access is worsening and worsening. So that's what we must never lose. Okay, moving on. All in favour? No, we have to go. Remember what we said about limits? Limits.
You have to move into committee as a whole if you want twice.
Yes. All in favour? Carry. Thank you. Bring it up later. 180. I was being on the ordinary figures. 183, item GOB 1/26, the audit list approved for committee meeting, so we skip the battery one, that's to deal with. A mover and a seconder here, but this one, please, the audit list, moved by councillor Murphy, seconded by councillor Purcell, and the audit's recommendation to be adopted by minutes. The audit was approved for the P of Wednesday, 10th September 2025, so I'll take it as read. Any comment from yourself? GM, if not, I'll ask the council Murphy, if he does, is that correct? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As you know, I'm councillor observer on the ARIC meetings. And whereas we have a long term financial plan, I have not seen what I would call a financial sustainability strategy. In other words, for instance, at the moment, our grant percentage for our total income hovers around about 60%, or general manager and correct me. And we really, I think, should ask the ARIC committee to identify the issues that should be considered in such a strategy, so that there's an overarching approach to how we're going to be financially sustainable. So I don't know what the mechanism is, but I'm just putting it on the table. As the council observer, I would think that ARIC should be asked specifically to identify the issues that should be addressed in such a strategy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I hear what Councillor Murphy is requesting. I am not sure that is really the function of ARIC. Their brief is really to look at things from a risk management perspective, and recommend things that council can do from that risk perspective. Fact of the matter is that, as we've discussed earlier, Madam Mayor, we're not the only council that find ourselves in a boat where financial sustainability is a challenge for us going forward. That's pretty much across the board, especially as far as the rural and regional councils are concerned. I would suggest to Councillor Murphy through you, Madam Mayor, that the 10-year financial plan is probably, as part of the IPNR suite of documents, the best document that we have to have a snapshot into the future. And I know that Liz and her team are busy working on further refining that long-term financial plan. And I'm certainly looking forward to, once we've reached that point where we have better refined documents, just for us as a leadership team to just look at the assumptions and do some sensitivity analysis and so forth, so that we can get a better handle on things as they are But yeah, it's a really challenging situation, and I don't think there is a silver bullet that we can say this is going to fix it for us.
Very good. All in favour? Carried. Thank you. Jump over to page 208. Item GOB 3/26 Agency Information Guide.
What happened to 195?
I was changing the diary. 195. Why don't I move this through? Item GOB 2/26 change the schedule of council meetings for 2026 to nominate delegates to attend both the National General Assembly and the Local Government Conference. Moved by Councillor Betty, seconded by Councillor herself. It's pretty simple. There's the two conferences we go to, the state and the federal one, and because of where they sit, it's just about altering those two dates. Is there any comment or?
Sorry.
Yeah.
You want to go?
No, you're agreeing.
And I should have asked before, but just with the I know they were improving on it, but with your motions from your previous conferences, do they still give you a bit of an update of where they landed? Yeah, because everyone said, "Oh, what happened with that last year?" and that sort of stuff. It's just a question, man.
Yeah. So
and I mean from both
most of
conferences.
them have been increased the plans,
Yeah.
etc. So we really need to consider some because we didn't have any motions to the last local government conference.
Yeah.
So that's we need to do that at a council meeting. Make sure we meet the deadline.
But I mean wholly. Like whether
they
you know you can break it up in sections, so you might do three and it's with the minister. They used to give you an update, but that's a question. Do they still do that?
I haven't seen it.
Okay. Can we make sure that we raise that at both those conferences? Because it's so important.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, it's a waste of time. Yeah.
Just in support of that, Madam Mayor, perhaps we should ask them now to report that what motions went through and where they're at since that last. Because the Albert is coming up for 12 months. Surely they can give us a progress report. And the local government was November, so probably put somewhere between now and June, ask them for an update of where they're at.
It should be an update of all motions. Yeah, of course, it's a lot of the policy will work together.
One year, Madam Mayor, it was even in the back of the agenda. Fairly brief, but it was telling me where this and that was sitting at. At least it was up because it was using up.
Very good, as Madam
Mayor, I fully support the proposed attendance. I do also think that at the end of 1 and 2, it should say, and budgeted cost of, we should know what financial commitment we're making. There's no mention of cost in that, so I'd like to propose that as an amendment to each one. It says, and budgeted cost of dollars.
Well, we like to know, should we find out how much the airfares are, how much the accommodation is, meals?
With respect, Madam Mayor, we should know those before we approve things.
But just got income out of your what's that budget?
Madam Mayor, if I can just say that council's annual budgets make provision for these two conferences as a standard expense item.
And what we do is we approve, we get in with the early bird price. For the actual conference. And and this is last year, Mr. GM didn't attend the federal one. So I mean, and sorry. Yes. So the Mr. GM's attending the state one, but not the federal one. So whereas in previous years other GMs have attended both, etc. So we do stay very much within that vote. And in fact, as I said to the visitor, to our general manager, on Monday, if we can make sure we can get the accommodation that's close by and that has food, a restaurant available, whereas one year we were there, year before last, and it was, isolated area, and the only close by residents were very expensive, so we did change that, we were able to get that change last year. We're very conscious. Okay, all in favour?
Sorry, just make a comment. I apologise, in that report, it's normally dates for the year. It's actually stated in council chambers for April and October, whereas in our resolution it is actually noted as urban bill for April, and it should be Olivia for October. So it is actually in our resolution as those, it's just on this report, so I apologise.
So just on that page 126, just make that resolution, make that identification that April is urban bill and October is Olivia. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Very good. So all in favour? Yes? Done. Thank you.
You should have.
It's in the oven.
You vote.
Okay, we can do one more very quick item, which is item GOB 3/26, page 208. The Agency Information Guide, the Council adopts Tenterfield Shire Council Agency Information Guide 2026 in accordance with sections 20 and 21 of the Government Information Public Access Act 2009. Move in a second of this one, please. Moved by Councillor Petty, seconded by Councillor Rhodes. Any speakers? Take it as read, all in favour? Carry. Move in a second to suspend statement orders, please.
Oh, I'm going to have expenses and facilities.
Well, we want to have lunch or you?
Yeah, no, we just quickly, because I need to comment on that.
Oh, yes, all right, so page 237, you're raring to go, item GOB 4/26, council expenses and facilities months. July to December 2025, moving, second, Councillor Rhodes, away you go.
I just wanted to note that Councillor Murphy and I, the Chief of Scouts, you got to run. See, whatever, don't look for it.
As long as you're cheating.
Well, I like that too.
You accept please, no, you're cheating. Very good.
By a long shot.
So it's spread there. Any other comments?
Seaboard, eh? We do it.
Keep it cheap. All in favour? Carry, thank you very much. Okay, now, movement second to suspend secondary administration. Thank you. And second to councillor, sorry,
You'll be.
sorry.
Oh,
It's the two friends. Thank you. And when we come back, we'll start on page 241, and councillors may consider if these bolded policies at the back whether they move involved. Thank you very much. If councillors consider that. All in favour to suspend? Carried. Thank you. And so it's 1:20, so coming 20 to 2. Half an hour.
And pass one to
Oh,
very good. We don't block it and go give us.
Madam Mayor, I think the mathematics is so 20 past 1, so it's 2 is 23.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. I may have a movement second to if we still have outstanding orders. Thank you, moved by Councillor Bancroft and second by Councillor Petty.
You're right. Yeah.
We will move to item GOB 5/26, which is the report on loan balances 31st of December 2025. And the officer's recommendation is that council notes the loan balance as of the 31st of December 2025 was $18,907,715. And September 30th, it was $18,987,000.
You're right, Reg.
This you need to quickly look at. Yeah, any questions to our director for this corporate? Yeah, it was Councillor Bancroft and Councillor Petty. Oh, sorry, okay. So movement second for this actual item, please. Okay, moved councillor Rose, seconded Deputy Sawyer. Sorry about that. No one, no questions about the loan balances? All good to go. I see that the big 7% one is scared. But we still have some items listed, but nearly 6% as opposed to some that are just under 3%. There's no chance people get one or two.
Do you know, Mayor, yes, we intend to look at those. We couldn't do it back when we did the other ones due to them being fairly close to what the interest rate was at the time. So we'll just do a quick review, probably in April, May, and have a look and see if we can refinance any of those.
Right, so that 2.9 and the 2.69, they must be locked in that they can't increase them to. What a pity they are doing that. Okay, all in favour? Gary, thank you. Page 244, item GOB/26, investment report for period end 31st of December 2025 and the 31st of January 2026. And we will do welcome to the table, Mr. Dave Walton, Manager of Finance and Technology. Welcome, Jack. We just up to page 244, the investment report. That council notes the investment report for the period end the 31st of December 2025 and 31st of January 2026. Moving and second the best one. Councillor Bancroft, seconded by Councillor Murphy. Okay, thank you, Jane. Did you just take a quick to me?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I could probably do this one because I was involved in this towards the end of last year. So as you can see, we've bumped our investments up by a considerable amount. it was 15,000 a month, 15 million a month before. We've got up to 36 million. We did a bit of a drive on putting money away towards the end of last year to capture, you know, a lot more interest. The disparity between the interest rate that was in our cash at bank and the interest rate that the term deposits were offering was quite large, so we took it upon ourselves to invest as much as we could. We will continue to be looking at other investments that we might be able to make, but we are expecting to spend quite a lot of our grant funded money that's in our bank account, and so we've got to talk with the works team as to looking at how much of that we can put away.
Yeah, I see you. All fine. Well, yeah. Thank you. Any questions or comments? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, my compliments to Liz and Jane, or sorry, Miss Walton, on achieving this. Very well done. I'd just like to highlight that there's no mention of the forecast interest on 35 million. Question through you, Madam Mayor, to Director of Corporate Services. Do I understand the projection is about 1.6 million in the current financial year in interest? That's right. That's what I understood from the detailed figures.
You know, I don't have those figures with me at the moment.
I'd just like to add that I don't think it's right answer.
Sorry, I'm not sure it's how many pages, I forget which one's mentioned. It says interest forecast of 1.6. And I just like to highlight that's almost equivalent to the SRB that was approved. So the interest that we expect to earn has become very substantial indeed.
Yeah.
All right, Fiona.
He's really steady. What you
Good work, all. All in favour? No. Carried, thank you. Page 251, the capital expenditures report as of the 31st of December 2025. Mover and seconder, please. Moved by councillor Peters, seconded. Thank you. The office recommendation is to receive and note the capital expenditure report for the period ended 31st December 2025. Thank you very much. Any comments?
Yeah,
Stuff all this? I just want to get people ready.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Specific comments are really that the capital petition is somewhat less. And it's mainly due to projects being put into long-term financial planning, which the following year.
So, councillor Petty.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. So, because of earlier this morning, I took this out of the file, so it is one capital expenditure report as of 31st December. That's what we're dealing with. Okay. So, what's going through you, Madam Mayor, just reading with the buildings and amenities, which on this quote, with the Jubilee Park with the rotunda renewal, what are we doing there giving us a detail of? Thank you. Yeah.
Bringing in that, there's also repairs to the damaged timber, etc. There's some rotten timber, a bit of vandalism. I personally need to pay it.
Yeah. Thank you. And just the other one on that other page with the betterment of Molesworth Creek Bridge, where are we sort of at with that? Because I am really interested. You can be right, you've done that.
Yeah, 3 years, Madam Mayor. We were unsuccessful in getting any extra money from either the state government, which is what we decided to do. So currently we're looking at going out to a commercial tender to get that work done. In the hope of saving some money, but it comes with a pile of issues that would have been otherwise be the case.
Yeah.
So we sort of like a little bit. But that's what they do. As you know, we will require an approval to extend the time on that particular bridge. Let's go through this. Let's go through the tendering process and the process, which is taking 1 to 2 months.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Matthew, just it's been there for a while, and just to remind me, are we building a cement structure there, or are we building another wooden bridge?
Bringing Madam Mayor, is one to be a precast concrete plank bridge with concrete piers and piles and a concrete deck with all blank as well, and there's a bit of the works that need to be done with the footpaths and a little bit of road as well.
Thank you.
Further question? I did have one to our Director of Corporate, Liz. CCTV for Town Centre, have we received that master plan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, we haven't got the finalised one. He's promised to do us by the end of February. Of course, he is in this week. And in regards to that, we've currently got one of the grant writers looking at writing a grant for funding for the as we currently see.
Right, but what we can do, we can start with the monies that we have given them to get at least 1 or 2 counties.
Yeah, true, Madam Mayor. The 10,000 that we were spending out of the 100,000 put aside to that will be for the master plan, and what was left over, we will going to try and spend that on part of what the master plan said as soon as possible.
Then that will come to our March council meeting with you. Further questions on the second step? Okay, very good. Already to vote in favour of receiving and noting. Carried. Thank you. Yes. Page 261, item GOV 8/26, report of the budget statement December 2025. Mover and a second, moved by Councillor Rhodes, second by Councillor Fitzgerald. Thank you very much, Danny. I'm ready to advise who take that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The project budget review, we had some recommended changes from September. There wasn't much happening or movement in September. This particular quarter, there have been a lot of work being moved out. As I mentioned before with the capital report, there are quite a lot of movement operationally and from a capital point of view, moving into the next financial year. So the position is between the regional better than dealing with but not quite as good as our original budget forecast. Is there any questions in particular about the budget review? I can take any of them.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Bancroft, start, then Councillor.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and this is probably across the council here. I see that there's been a dramatic number of reductions noted here over this budget. Is a lot of this due to lack of staff to do the work, or is it just that okay, we can afford to not do it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in the capital, it's mostly we don't have the resources to do those, so we're pushing them out at this stage. In the operational, it can be a bit of both, that we don't have the time and resources to do them, and we're having to push them out. When we do the budget initially, we kind of do it, and we put a bit of a buffer into the budget for some of our work over the year. As we go through our quarterly budget reviews during the year, we've got a bit more of an idea of exactly, what we can manage during the year with the staff we've got on hand, whether we're actually employing enough staff. At the beginning of the year, we put in 9 new staff that we're going to employ. We haven't employed all of those, so therefore that affects what we can actually achieve during the year in our budget. So in operation, I would say it's a bit of not having the time, the resources. In our capital, it's definitely that we have to push those things out. We just don't have the resources to get them done as our wish list said we were.
Mr. James, going to add.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to add to what the corporate services has said, we have pretty much culture of budgeting for an excessive amount of capital works, especially, and have had that for a number of years. So we find ourselves in a position where capital works can't be completed within a particular financial year, and they get carried forward into a next financial year. And we started a budget trying to do some other works, and then we lumped with the carried forwards, and it just becomes impossible to do everything. So we are, Liz and I are thinking, and I'm sure Matthew as well, we think along similar lines to try to get the capital budgets more realistic over a period of time, so that we do what we set out to be doing. But with all the RFA monies and so forth that get expended, it's really a difficult task at this point in time. But it creates chaos with our quarterly reviews, budget reviews, all of those carried forward projects that then needs to be brought into the equation and so forth. So we start off with a budget that's deficit of $2 million and more, and then as the year progresses, that amount shrinks back, which is good in one sense, because you expend less than what you set out to expend. So it prolongs council's available finances into the future, but on the other hand, we don't meet our commitments for the budgeted projects that's in the budget because it's just there are too many.
And
So
also making the commitments to the disaster money to set timelines. Yes. That's a bit.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Swaffham. I'm on the first fold up page, consolidated fund income. There's third line item is other revenue, which is forecast for the year to be 986. So thousands. And so I'm wondering what is that other revenue? The first fold out it's on the back of it.
Oh.
It's headed consolidated fund and income.
Third row.
Sorry, which council which page?
First page, back on the back side.
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's page that I thought, but the other revenue to page 3. Councillor Murphy is the plant fleet and equipment, the turnover of vehicle.
Okay.
And this.
Well, that's the 170 that's in the council report.
Yeah. And then there's just a smaller amount, but that's predominantly.
Thank you. And I note on that page that grants and contributions, operating capital represent 63% of total forecast income. Just highlighting how important grants are. Coming through to the third fold out page, capital budget review statement says proceeds from sale of assets. Is that the sale of equipment which is forecast to be 1,980,000? Just wondering what assets are being sold.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I can answer that question. So that's our plant and fleet that we turn over and so.
Okay, thank you. And then the next one, next fold up one.
Pages to one space and pages.
Yeah. That's what's technically getting numbered. Sure.
The next one is called pension investments budget review statement. Go down to internal allocations, SRB money unspent from 2014 to 2023. The forecast will still be $678,000 of SRB money not spent. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is the bridges amount that we have spoken about many times that we have spent at the end of December.
Plan was to get.
Yeah, it's really, but we do have a contractor engaged to do that work on it. Limiting that work. So it will be set quickly.
Thank you, everyone.
No problem.
Your question away, Councillor Felix. Any other questions? Very good. All ready to receive and adopt? Against? Carried. Now, page 272. I think I see it. That one extra. Yeah, it is. Thank you so much. Page 272, item GOB 9/26, the quarterly progress report October December 2025. Mover and second this please. Moved by councillor Rhodes, seconded, thank you. Don't be shy. Councillor Turner, thank you. Very good, and I'll hand it over to our director for.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, this report addresses the items in the delivery program and the operational activities within there and reports on those. That's a question.
Any questions?
No.
Very good. All in favour to receive and vote off. Thank you. Carried. Now, we now have a series of policies.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to move and I've got a suggestion.
Yeah.
All right. So I've been from GRB 1026 to GO, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, that we box all them together. They're not that sexy, but anyway. And move them. But I pulled up at 16, I've got writer's cramp. Because a policy guideline document and informal workshop, I just thought it was worthwhile having a talk about that.
We just also need to pull out 11. On page 342, we can't do that one because councillor Bancroft had a question. So we can do item GOB 26 on page 330.
Yeah.
Skip.
Go to 12.
11, and then go to 12, which is the statement of business ethics.
Yep.
Then we can go to 13, the up-to-date public interest disclosure.
Yep.
And then number 14, which is the council-related development application conflict of interest policy.
Yep.
And then we can do 15 on page 408, which is the limit of delegated authority dealing with development applications.
Yep.
And then we pull up there.
Yes.
So we can do 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, if you so move as a block.
Happy to move it by Madam Mayor.
Second for that, please.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, I have a question on 14.
So we've 14, so we go 10, 12, 13, 15. Seconder was Councillor Bancroft, all in favour? Carried. Okay, so noting the investment policies, etc., all in favour to adopt the reviewed and unchanged policy. And updated, some had some slight updates. Carried. Okay, so we now jump to 342, which is items GOV 11 station 86, with the updated compliance and enforcement policy. I'll move in a second for this, and then there's a question from Councillor. So Councillor Bancroft shall move, a second to Councillor Murphy. Over to you. Take it as read. Over to you, Councillor Bancroft.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and it's through you that I asked that we go to page 349 of this section of the business papers, and it's in the compliance and enforcement action. I only asked this question because Councillor Rhodes and I had issues with a noise control complaint last year, and it was that the public were unaware of our processes. So my question is, what is our current process in noise control? And what is, where do we stand, and what's our procedure that Council Rhodes and I operated on? Right.
This is a policy complaint.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'd have to investigate that, Councillor Bancroft. I'm not doing these things on a day-to-day basis typically, so I'll have to get some further information on that.
I thought that maybe Liz might have had any information on that, because there has to be a chain of events that council goes up under after receiving a noise complaint, and so forth. So there had to be a chain of events, and the responsibilities that are carried by council and also by councillors, and where that lies. That's the only reason I asked the question, because the public are totally unaware of the procedures that underlie them actually making a complaint and where. And because last year, Councillor Rhodes and I both received phone calls at 4 o'clock in the morning about one claim.
On Boxing Day.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I apologise for the general way in which I'm going to address this. I don't have any specifics, so I'm uncertain. I think I know, but I'm not sure. So if it's a noise complaint, generally, noise complaints are being dealt with by the state government. Is it a truck that's been parked? I'm just mentioning one example: a truck in the street with the engine running, that could be a noise complaint. Rooster crowing 3 o'clock in the morning could be a noise complaint. Domestic incident at whatever hour of the night might be a noise complaint. But all of those things might trigger different things. So it will be incident specific, I would suggest. If it's something of a domestic incident related, it might be clearly a police matter. I'm aware that our ranger tries her best to be involved where she can and facilitate some outcomes, but it's nuanced and it's not straightforward.
The dog pointer say last one says out-of-house action requests are dealt with by rangers in the first instance, followed by a more formal investigation by the planning. So if required. So I do know in that particular instance the police have several times gone with those residents. They just seem to be ignoring. To the point where I believe the housing authority team.
Yeah, I only asked this question so that other councillors also get a knowledge of the processes that are available to them, and also the public becomes aware as well. If we've got the new communications officer, then maybe this is also something on major policies like that could be educated to the public.
I would not like to think of our ranger going to a house at 4:30 in the morning when people are in parking all night, as opposed to two policemen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and it is by definition noise, arguments or music or things like that is a police matter. But in the instances that noise complaint gets lodged at council, and once it's lodged at council, it stipulates here that general compliance matters are dealt with or worked on within 10 days. Now, that is time restraint in itself for council to get up there and do it. But my question is because we were between the water and the deep blue sea and some of the processes we just had to be on your own now because the gentleman involved in this had ulterior motives in even stimulating his protests. And him and I had to be very, very careful. We had to communicate with each other as to how to navigate around.
The other issue, of course, is the regularised dogs. And we do have some dog complaints that go back for years for the same residents. And I just don't see how that's been improved at all. So I'm not sure, maybe I think it's maybe don't feel with the time to tell us that after you receive multiple complaints about constantly barking dogs that are driving the neighbours completely up the wall. It's just relentless. At what time, at what point is there subsequent action besides a notice of, homes ago.
Madam Mayor, I'm not the best person to answer this, but in my experience, when you have a barking dog, one of the requirements is for the person putting in the complaint to also provide detailed information of when the dog is barking during the day and the night, etc. And so once you gather that type of data, you can actually act on it.
I think for certain dogs, it doesn't stop. Stay all day, all night. But as the rest.
I was just going to say in relation to the matter that Councillor Bancroft was talking about, when I received the call, I immediately rang the police in Armdale. They answered and certainly did offer to send out police officers at 4:30 in the morning to talk to the person. The fact that I was annoyed by receiving a phone call at that time of the morning on Boxing Day made me say to him, I really don't think it's worth it at the moment. But they did log it and give me an incident number. So, in my opinion, Councillor Bancroft and I did deal with it properly, and it was up to the police to then go and see them at a later time.
Which I understand they have done. They've also contacted them.
I'd just like to add that the Companion Animals Act and our current policies are really good in this regard for domesticated animals and such, and there's under the jurisdiction of the ranger. It's just that what steps out of that, the boundaries of that, and goes into the general population, that it has to be pointed out public, but then that becomes the jurisdiction of the state government and the local police.
Thank you, Councillor Bancroft. Deputy Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't think we can actually deal with this one. We'll have to defer because my first comment on there when I was reading the business paper was what is different. You come down the bottom, just above council indications, it says additions or amendments to the previously adopted enforcement policy for unlawful activities appear as red text. There is no red text.
It's the pale writing because we chose to go into black and white to save money for the council. So just look to the pale writing. If you're online, it will be this is page 349. If you come down under number 2, go any investigation or report for action undertaken with respect to alleged criminal budget is at the discretion of council. Same as page 350, the 4th and 5th dot points at the top and the paragraph halfway down. The pale writing is what was read, but we're saving thousands and thousands of dollars a month by having it in pale instead of red.
I seriously can't vote for something when I don't know what's changed.
That's the difference. If you read it online, it's fine.
That's another issue.
So we made that decision rather than having a colour, we'd save thousands of dollars.
I shall be fully informed next month, but I'll vote against it, but I don't know what's changed.
Very good. Just a little bit. No further questions on this one. So all in favour? Carried, and against or abstaining is against. Yes. Very good. So we now jump to number 14, which is on page 393, which is the draft policy of council related development application of conflict of interest policy. Moved and seconded. Moved by Councillor Rhodes, seconder. Councillor Peters is seconder, and take it as read. So, Councillor Murphy, you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Page 395, local planning panels. Question to the General Manager through you. Do I understand correctly that New South Wales Government is going to remove councillors from any involvement in development application decision making?
Yeah, I'm happy to answer. We have left it in there. But our information is that those type of planners will be planning panels will be removed. And our best information is that planning powers will be taken away from councils probably at the beginning of the new general election term for councillors in New South Wales. But yes,
But it
also
also legislative review has been challenged. This back to the government, it has been challenged, mounted by the local government. Which I agree. Yes.
Just to make sure I understand, Mr. General Manager, does that mean it's likely the current situation will not change until the next term of council?
It's up in the air at the moment because, as I said, it's going to go back to Parliament to be challenged as Debbie said, as a disallowance motion, because it has a lot of councils when they were being consulted with. It was a little small group of councils being consulted with changes, and they were not made aware that this is what the impact was. So I think it's just a big one community person, local communities who gets picked somehow at random that is not a councillor would go on these new panels, and it would put the whole state in the same situation as there's a couple of Sydney councils where that has happened to already. So no councillor in those specific councils gets to ever see a DA. This goes to these local planning panels. And so that's why there was so much angst from at country mayors and at the local government about it, which is why it's going back to argue the toss about it. So I think while that's being argued, the status quo continues.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favour? Carried. Then we jump 15 and we go up to 15 formal. Okay, page 417 on GOB 16/26 policy guidelines on for informal workshops. I'm moving to second to this one. Councillor Penny, moving, and we'll be asking any questions. Councillor Rose. Thank you, Councillor.
Oh, no, I really haven't got a question. I just thought it was important because we've kicked this around for a few months now, Madam Mayor, and waiting for through the GM for clarity. And just we there yet. We just continue on reading that we're quite good to have our workshop. No, yes,
In a different way.
right.
We don't have briefings. As such, most of our briefings now will formally be in our council, but we have a specific one. This is, as the General Manager explains, where the staff are seeking out viewpoints on certain items.
thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll choose my words carefully. It is seeking views of councillors, around particular subject matters. I would suggest that a particular view of a councillor may be better informed by a view from the general manager or a director in regards to particular legislation or financial matters or whatever the case may be. So it might at times be a little bit of an exchange of views, but the idea would be that the views are being heard and then that the staff go away, prepare the reports without fear or favour, present those reports to council, and then for council to either reject, adopt, change, whatever the case may be. Yes. But it allows for a more informal and interactive forum where at least viewpoints can be exchanged.
And our GM has passed that through local government New South Wales and got the tip from there. And as per usual, as per what's happening with our previous workshops, obviously there's no decision making like that at an informal.
Thank you.
Very good. All in favour? Oh, sorry, Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'd just like to compliment the General Manager on the job. Very well done.
Thank you very much.
And first slide, and then it's Councillor Bancroft.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just want to bring to a question that these workshops can be brought forward in consultation with either the general manager or the mayor herself. So that is it a two-party agreement now with the general manager and the mayor, or can we just take our concerns for a workshop to the mayor?
Thank you, through Madam Mayor, to Councillor Bancroft. So in many instances, staff will be bringing issues that arise to council, to the councillors, to canvass their viewpoints on matters. The mayor, the general manager will bring those items to councillors in consultation with the mayor. So the mayor's got the opportunity also to ask for particular matters to be put onto the agenda for the day. And I would suggest it could be appropriate for other councillors then to consult with the mayor and get the mayor's view on it, so that the mayor then can consult with the general manager.
That again through you, Madam Mayor. It's just that I asked this question for the sake of as councillors own personal development programs and such, that we might have a request we might get training, as was evident about councillors asking about their nations and everything like that. And I just think that to us, it would be better if we took that to the mayor and then the mayor approached the general manager.
Councillor Member, so training is not a workshop. So training is a completely separate thing. But as the GM said, the scheduling of any informed workshop will be between the general manager in consultation with the leadership executive team and the mayor. We'll schedule them as required. And then in addition to that, under the policy statement, all approvals to be held will be determined by the general manager in consultation with the mayor. But training, if for instance, I've sent forward some requested training, councillors interested in doing it, that is not a workshop as such. That's not this. That's not dealing with any council future decision making or policy. It's just training, which is a separate thing to be.
I just asked that question because in the past that's exactly what we did.
Yeah, they weren't our workshops that we normally held 2 weeks before the council meeting. Training workshop is not what we call our council business or matters of business workshops. Yeah. Thank you. All in favour? Carried. So now we go to page 440, item GOB 19/26, Infrastructure Services Director, monthly reports. Oh, no, we jumped. We jumped to the one.
But we didn't have 17 because I wanted to ask the question.
It's also had it open when you found out the it says item GOB 17/26, Henry Park School of Arts policies to be repealed. I've moved and seconded.
Having to move with a couple of questions.
Any seconds?
I'm seeking for one question.
So councillor Taker is read. Councillor Taker.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and I apologise for my lack of ignorance. When we're repealing something, what are we doing?
We're moving out of the books.
Right.
Because it's no longer valid because that policy is in relation to us running it, whereas we don't.
Right. So they're gone forever.
Yes, until such case maybe council takes over and rerunning it, then you'd have to introduce a new one. So it'd be archived.
Right. Thank you. Well, there was 1 and 2. So.
Madam Mayor, through to you. My question was, who's going to be responsible now? I assume Salati is.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we actually sent these policies off to Sawati and said, we're going to repeal them. You might want to make your own along these lines. So we're responsible for that as well.
Yeah, I see he has gone off to Shire, Henry Cartersville, he's serving as Shire, he'll still we'll take back to being a surgeon. Thank you. All in favour? Carried. Okay.
Sitting on those ones we didn't talk about. Weren't we supposed to vote on those?
We voted on 10, 12, 13
Okay.
and 15, and we discussed 11, 14 and 16.
And 17.
And then 7.
Okay, thank you.
Item GOV 19/26, Infrastructure Services Director, Public Report. I move from
Happy to, Madam Mayor.
Eddie.
So what stage are we going to? That's a recording, isn't it?
Consider another 10 of those such done.
That's not honesty. Sorry. Please do sorry. It's so big, I thought I got all the sticky bits in. Sorry, we're jumping back to 429, item GOV 18/26. Corporate Services Director, monthly report. Thank you. Move to the second of this one. So we will skip Councillor Petty, but we can't jump in and hold it. Councillor Rose, mover, second of Councillor Purcell. Are there any questions to our Director of Corporate? Very good. All happy to receive and note. Carried. Now we will go to item GOV 19/26, Infrastructure Services Director, Country Report, page 440, moved by Councillor Petty, seconder by Councillor Bancroft. Thank you. Thank you, as read, Ms. Bancroft. Thank you, so Councillor Petty.
Oh, Madam Mayor, thank you, and through you, to you, Matthew, I think. So I don't see, which is a great thing, used to be one of Councillor Nish's favourite things about untidy blocks. But I have had a phone call from someone who doesn't want to be identified because he's bright and lives up the top in the Mile Street, which is the western end, about the untidy blocks there. So is there been any other complaints to do with those blocks?
Through Madam Mayor, there is several blocks of mentalities tidy now we need to do.
Thank you. You're off the hook yet. Just to do with the weeds management, which I think is a great report, but I see on page 445, and it's got the truck stops and 18 stops and pull up lanes, but it's got New England Highway and Broxton Highway. When do we do stuff for the state government, or is that out here or what?
Yeah, that's an interesting question.
I've got more to do.
That's all right.
That's
so,
yeah,
it's sort of a long-winded explanation, but the way typically classified road like the New England Highway works, and the Bruxton Highway, Bruxton Way obviously is a regional road, so it's treated differently.
Yeah.
But with the New England Highway and the Bruxton Highway, the Transport for New South Wales is responsible typically for the pavement and a little bit outside the lane.
Yeah.
So that parking lanes through Rouse Street, for instance, the council responsibility.
Yes.
They are not the responsibility of the Transport for New South Wales. Yes. Similarly with the land management. Once we get out of that, unless Transport's doing it for their own personal reasons for safety, it's typically a council responsibility because council is land manager for that land outside there.
That's fair. Good evening. And I see Matthew the same with the Shire Tussock near one. So we've obviously gone and sprayed that because we just did. Yeah.
Yes, that's fair.
Right, good.
Yeah.
And the others all back on the back. I think the job on the Scotts Gully Road out at Centre Flat with the reshedding was very good. And a little bit on Spring Grove down the mile. Real good job, Matthew, and really appreciate it. And I was only going to hop in when we're talking about what we're actually getting done in these times of hard times, but we still are. And I need to commend the team because I think it's great. So it is. And is that you usually got a bit of a comment here, and I know you're a busy man about where the next grades are, because I know Solomon Grove down the western side hasn't been seen a grade for a fair while. That's the road goes to Torrington. Just when keep going there anytime in the next couple of years.
It's really going to measure, mate. We'll be going there, but it's been pretty close to that. Regional plan.
Yeah.
It's not as frequent as what we like, which is what we discussed about earlier. But we'd like to do it much more often, like a lot more gravel.
Yeah.
But we don't have the funds to do that, unfortunately. So it will be scheduled.
That material on, especially on the sand flat road, not only a broken down old cut driver, but I reckon it's really good. It come up straight, I reckon. Like it took all that corrugation out, but at least we've got something to work with now by doing it, which is good.
And thank you for your positive comments. I'll pass them on to the team.
Very good.
Thank you. We have a lot of complaints.
I know.
Very few compliments.
You get them off me.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
The comments. Councillor Rhodes and Councillor Peter.
I just had a question, page 441, about the School of Arts and the removal of the refrigerator down to Jubilee Park. As a person that in my other roles that aren't councillors, who actually hires the School of Arts out to use it for events and functions, it's going to be a damn long walk for me to get from Jubilee Park to the School of Arts building with the bottles of wine and the orange juice and the platters of fruit that we often use at opening events and things like that at the School of Arts. I was just wondering why that decision has been made and who made it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the only one I know of is that old fridge that wasn't working anymore, and Amanda had replaced it with two fridges that she bought herself. I'm not sure of another one we were aware of.
Why would it be going to Jubilee Park?
If it doesn't work, it's not going to go to Jubilee Park. It must be a working fridge. I'm frightened it's the one in the School of Arts foyer that gets used quite regularly for events.
The only one that I'm aware of is that one that came out of the kitchen area itself. It was actually still working, but not well, and it's on its way out. It's going to cost quite a lot to get it fixed. Maybe we need to take that on notice, I think, and find out exactly what the fridge is.
That would be great, because I also use Jubilee Park and I don't want a fridge in there that doesn't work either, because that'll take up space for eskies and things that we put in there that we need to keep food cold and that sort of thing in.
Okay, that will be taken on notice. Councillor Peter.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A quick question to Matthews regarding the work done on various roads where the backhoe tends to dig a dam instead of just taking the actual water off the road. He digs a bloody great hole and it fills up like a dam. Right? And another thing, when he cleans out the drain, he blocks both sides, so the water won't run through. And when you get a big storm, just go straight across and wrecks the road.
Through you, if you can provide any details of where that's occurred, we can investigate that and just understand what the problem is.
So I was going to do look and take a picture of it.
Thank you. You can just provide the locations for Matthew and he will check it, and you can take a photo as well. That would be excellent.
Because we take one.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Peter. We have said that, Councillor Bancroft.
Be brief.
Did you do that? Excuse me, Councillor. Sorry, Mr. Petty, you disturbed me. I'd personally like to recommend all of those green ticks all the way around the management of the Schwimpool complex. And all the reports that are there. So that is another one tick. Attendance are up, everything's good, costs are going down, so that's appreciated. But I've turned over the page and I've gone through it and I'm looking on page 444, and I just come down to waste, the total waste disposed in landfill is 370 tonne at the moment. Is this actually a going down figure or a neutral figure, or is it rising now?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure what that is, but I can report that back. We can put a team on there in future reports if you're interested in that sort of information.
They would. I announce that because we're increasingly finding that our recycling is getting supported by the community. So I would anticipate that the amount of garbage going into the landfill would be reduced.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, that's the advantage of recycling. Recycling itself is quite expensive, but every cubic metre we take out of the landfill and to recycling is a really good thing. Every cubic metre of space in the landfill has got a high value. So everything we can convert to the recycling stream is a good investment for the council.
Yeah, just us.
Right, I have just a couple. So no camping signs at Drain Hall and Drain Park have gone in, but they're still waiting on a hall and a school sign on Allison Street. I'm sure that's been ordered. Been waiting for some years. On the highway, there's no sign that says Drain Hall and Drain Public School. Bit sad the graffiti and vandalism have increased in our public toilets in December, just drives me nuts. Because all that money could be used on good things. The band halls go good. It's great to see that that's been advertised for excursions for tender. It says here furniture will be auctioned off. Will that be locally?
May not be. That could be through a graze or pickles or something like that.
But it stays here. It doesn't get shipped away.
Typically it would stay here.
Yes.
The transport would then be arranged by the person who buys
Yeah,
it.
that's what we've asked, because that locals are notified when such an auction takes place so that they can bid if they wish to. We don't force that some things that the depot locals can bid on stuff if they know. So in our communication strategy, little things say, yeah, furniture auction, council goods, so that they're there.
Through you, Madam Mayor, what we could do is put a Facebook post or something like that. I think goes up. Yeah. But we can do a Facebook post when it's advertised.
That's all I mean.
Thank you. Local opportunities.
No, but locals are interested when something local is being sold to actually be alerted to the fact that it's depot used equipment or it's furniture or whatever it is, just that the locals know. They're going to do a medical centre. That's good that we've got another doctor. We do need to send a letter of thanks to the previous doctor, recognition. With the pool, there's planned to be, so the Montblanc Day was a very successful day with over 300 people there. They're getting 100 kids doing all the different squad stuff, which is great. I was there the other afternoon when they're doing various training. The kids are improving. There were 2 records broken informally that day. That I was there, but they're going to do a formal one. And by not to do it only by 9 seconds and 20 seconds or something. So that's.
Because the pills are made shorter.
I don't know. These were regular setting that in over that distance. But they are planning to do another family day at the end of March as a final sort of thing. And the question was asked, can we consider waiving the $2 fee? Does that come to council decision, or can we make that decision?
Council decision, Madam Mayor. Only council can refuse.
So being a seed of March, you think of advertising. I should have brought it forward as a motion today to consider. To your
When?
So it would be the 29th of March.
It's up to council.
Yeah.
Next meeting.
But in advertising, we've had to sort of give it very short.
Couldn't it just be advertised as normal?
Yeah, then
What a bonus, council does it.
if councillors so do. So I think councils received 30,000 or something, haven't we? So over 30,000 from gate takings. Green waste, over to waste on page 444. With the total waste, they noticed it go out to say to people because of our issues at Bundamanoo and the water and everything, there's not much room, and not to take green waste to the transfer station. Is that still the case?
Yes. The issue is more putting green waste in your in bin, but if it's taken to the transfer station, just stay at the transfer station, won't be an issue for us so much.
Yes, yes.
Right, but they can take it to the transfer station, but they cannot put it in a bin. Preferably, they don't. Preferably.
Yes, we've just very close to running out of space, especially when we tend to stretch things out until it was complete.
Okay, and 4.5, thank you, seeing all these roads graded, Upper Rocky River Road was graded, but with that rain the other day, people did go off the edge, but was able to be pulled out. It was quite slippery, so just alerting you to that fact. Other than that, the 447, the Rouse Street garden beds, that garden bed up on the way to Stanton, up near Douglas Street there. Are we going to replace it with a coffin bed, or are we going to put it down to a ground level bed like in front of the post office, etc., or are we going to go back to those coffin beds? One of the trouble.
It was an impressive display of driving skill. I've not seen that done before, but it was impressive.
It was the garden spot.
It was the garden spot. So the garden obviously moved. Anyway, so I guess what we're looking is just put it back as it was, but if council has a view to change that, we can consult on it.
Well, I was just thinking last time they had it cost us $10,000 to each. Each
expensive person.
it seems to be friendly. High cost for the best.
Three, it wouldn't the trucking company be paying for that? But really, the garden bed didn't move, I know.
It's moving, yeah. I would understand that the insurance process will be followed.
Yeah. So in that case, being insurance job, they didn't have to do that.
And they provided the insurance company pays us. Yes.
Yeah, but that's it for me. All in favour? Okay. 448. Item GOE 20/26, bit of force safety risk reports and communications report, second to the vote, January 2026. Second, please. Councillor Bancroft, second by Councillor Tim on the West Wing. Any questions?
No.
No. Oh, sorry, Councillor Rose and Councillor Murphy. Councillor Rose and
Through you, Madam Mayor, I was just looking at statistics on page 450, and sometimes it looks like we seem to be going out to a lot of lost time injury days, and over the last year or so, we have often heard in our council meetings that staff are not taking the holidays that they are entitled to because there's no one to replace them, or works would have to stop, or things like that. Is that a reflection, perhaps, of the fact that we just don't have the staff to be looking after different roles when people should be on holidays?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yeah, it's a difficult one to answer. It could form part of the equation in some instances, but I would suggest definitely not all. Injuries sometimes happen. We've had particular individuals on workers' comp for a very long time. There's a concerted effort to focus on those now. But it's also exacerbated, I don't know whether that's the right word, by the number of works that we've got going on. The more projects you're involved in, the higher the risk, just by the numbers that are involved. And some of these things, not all, but some of them, as also contractors, because council is managing those contractors, and so all of that it's captured. But that's why we have those statistics on display. It's in our face, and we are definitely going to try our best to get them down. You can see from July last year and went up to November, and they got right back to December, January, and part of that is Christmas holidays. It's but yeah, it'll be very interesting now to see what's going to happen in the next number of months.
So that's the higher that number is, the better it is, because there's a lot of time injury-free days. So that means that's
Oh,
good.
that's right.
That's good.
Yes.
So we've gone each month, we've gradually improved. Then in November, we've had 11 accidents, and so we've dropped our injury-free days have dropped right back.
So incidents, it's not, it's incidents or accidents, it's not necessarily accidents, but incidents that are being reported, which is good, because that gives us the heads up that something might happen. So yeah, thank you very much for that, Madam Mayor. So that 234, it looks, but it's actually injury-free days, which is a good sign.
So that's a good thing. But then in November, December, we've had 2 months with an 11 and a 10, which is way more than months and months together. So something was happening in November and December. That is whether people had mind with dog or just happened to be the type of projects they're working on, I'm not sure. But that indicates when you get that spike in accidents or incidents that something's increasing, and you're more likely to get a bad accident.
So if this figure includes contractors, next time that's done, is it possible to have a breakdown between Tenterfield Shire Council staff and contractors or not?
No. Sorry.
Thank you.
It's just going to be too much. I mean, I'm thinking about one particular incident where we had a truck of contractor probably off the road, really. But it was, they were engaged by doing the work for and on behalf of council. But if you capture it as an incident or an accident, but it was really not ours, yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to General Manager on page 452. Do I understand correctly that with bridges and trees, our performance is far above the average for those comparative regions, whereas our performance in respect to incidents is inferior to the averages? And if so, why?
Incident investigations you're talking about? Yes, that is correct.
And why are we so low there compared to comparative statistics?
Well, we were not that well set up in the past to do that. So we have gotten much better in regards to that over the last few months. And I would expect those black bars in the black and white to be higher next year around.
Thank you.
First name, Councillor Bank.
Madam Mayor, just on that point, why would you want to increase the number of incident investigations?
To you, Madam Mayor. So the questions focus on 5 elements: policy, procedure, resourcing, systems, and documentation. And you do the assessment based on those elements. So it's not the number of investigations, it's about where you're at with your policies, your procedures, etc. And so it's admin really, it's process driven, and we need to get better at that.
Shouldn't look like the number of incidents anyway. This next one, I'll try and clean up my language from when I first found out about this. I know councillors are under the pump all the time for not getting involved in operational. I think we should not put a fence of steel around operational issues. The situation we're talking about is there were 2 employees of long-standing employment, one around the 30-year mark who declared. And I found out about the individual retiring at the funeral. The gentleman had his farewell a few days before that. A grand total, if my figures are correct, that I was told, 12 people attended because it clashed with the show. This particular individual has done such a great job for council. I'm sure most of the councillors have been around for a while, but I'd like to personally thank him, or at least had the opportunity to sign a card. All the best, mate. Thank you for all the work you've done. I think, as I said, I'm going to clean it up. It's not the language I use when I heard. Very, very poor effort of recognition of long-serving staff by this council. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The particular staff member has not retired yet. He's on long-service leave for probably a year. It was a staff initiative that was internally organised by staff. That was not an official set up as such at all.
So when he returns, if he returns from long service, will then have the opportunity for his actual retirement? That'd be very good. Thank you. So Councillor Bancroft.
Brilliant, Madam Mayor. It's page 450 back again there on the statistics. I just wanted to ask the question. These incidents and accidents, are some of these incidents because of new staff not being trained enough or have a lack of experience, or is it that we've got existing staff being trained in other areas and being trained to do different jobs? I just wonder, is there part of the reason why we've got this happening? Nothing.
Really, Madam Mayor, there's a range of incidents for a variety of reasons. One of the recent ones was a mechanical failure of a coupling. That wasn't really anyone's fault, so to say, just sort of things happens. Maybe better maintenance practices would have made that not happen. But like the incidents part of it, is but we've got a large workforce as well. And we really need to look at the actual outlook research, the investigation they're trying to understand just why they were being caught, which is we're very useful in police on that space. So as they are here for longer, we can look at the cause of that in much greater detail and understand what that is. But our workforce typically is long standing, and although we're dealing with fully contractors as well, so it's probably a range of things that we really understand the cause of it.
Okay, let's back on.
Thank you. Very good. All in favour to note the report? Against? Carried. Page
Excuse me, Madam Mayor. I've got a prolongation, I have to go, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Right, so use thank you for being with us. Item GOB 21/26 Council Service request, December and January. On page 462, I've heard the statement of this one, please. Councillor Rose and Councillor Peters. Thanks, Alison. Does anyone have any questions in relation to this item? Councillor Murphy.
Madam Mayor, through you, I'd like to thank Director of Infrastructure Services and his team for the excellent work they've done in following up all of my work services requests. Having said this, I'd like now that Jim had to go early to bring up an issue that is of concern to him and myself, and I believe a few other councillors. And that's the condition of Amisfield Road, just near where it joins the Lindsay Highway. A couple of weeks ago, we turned into Amersfoort Road direction. Stanthorpe in our SUV, like we had an SUV, and I seem to recall Tim had warned about some potholes there, and we therefore slowed down probably about 30 k's, and then I saw potholes right across the road, which we luckily didn't crash into, and went very slowly through them. And I thought this is very dangerous, particularly for motorcyclists. And I brought up this issue previously, and I wondered, has anything been done in the last couple of weeks, or is something planned to be done? Because we can expect with the apple and grape festival, there'll be people coming from Stanford who won't know the condition of that road, and particularly if they're motorcyclists, it could result in some nasty accidents.
No, through you, Mayor, the team's definitely aware of that. We're going to have to at the moment. I don't have anything scheduled that we could make it last year, so the city would be at the table.
Thank you. I'm just thinking a timing issue because the apple and grape festival's coming up.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, I would suspect that it's indeed will be my expectation.
Thank you very much.
Any questions? No, I do have one, but I can take it up. Yeah, councillor. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you to Matthew. The works out of Jennings that lady inquired about, she's followed up and asked that the big was being cleaned out.
Madam Mayor, there's no sewage system out there. There must be thinking about stormwater drain system.
Yes.
But this is a really very significant issue in places like Jenny where there's no obvious sewage system. So what happens with these, relatively small blocks? Many of the residents there have town water, so the water usage is high, whereas typically where people don't have town water, the water usage is lower because they're more considerate of how much water they use, so the septic tanks work better. It's a very thorny problem to deal with, and to do it properly is very, very expensive. So it's a simple sewage treatment system out there to fix it. It's almost impossible to fix otherwise. There's been many other towns or villages where this has been the case, and that's exactly what they've done. Luca is one that I know of. They put in even though it's built on sand, they had the same problem there, and the sewage runs over the ground when the ground is saturated, because it's got nowhere else to go. It's a very thorny issue and very expensive for the residents as well. So you can put in a small, basically a collection one, which is probably in the order of about 100 to 150 litres capacity, and they pump out regularly through a small pipe into a gravity system. We can do that for the people of Jennings, but it will cost a lot of money. And we'd have to run a whole separate sewage system. Other than that, it's very difficult to fix.
What about the cleaning the grass out of those big drains? Was that they're very overgrown? That was one of the issues. That's right. These are quite deep.
Madam Mayor, the grass will be controlled. Probably the best way would be by spraying. The problem is if you dig out the drains, unless you've got level control under that, what typically happens is if we just grass control, we can probably do that, but obviously there's workplace other safety issues if there is security out there as well, which is really
yeah, that was a grass issue. Councillor Bastille might have made something to that. Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to say that at the present moment there's a lot of work turned out in Jennings. They're actually doing all the sides of the roads and the drainage there. They've been there for a couple of weeks, and they've grafted all the. And I've been talking to a lot of residents in Jennings, and if you mention the word sewer, they get very upset. They said because you put sewer, it's going to cost us more money. We don't want it. Which way do you go?
Yes, but if you do have a septic system, you have a responsibility.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. All in favour? Carried. All right. Council resolution register 475. Item RES 1/26. Who got a second? That's a pretty good thing, saying what council roads. Any questions to know? I have identified to the Mr. GM that there are some items that maybe haven't been resolved, therefore, but I'll check on those and report back.
The big collection of Billarunda. We do that.
That one, Gillian did.
Yeah.
Did check it out and said it wasn't worthwhile.
Not having there.
However, now that this road has been done, because previously Gillian had said it wasn't, they could not send their truck up Brooks Road. It could be time to revisit. Thank you. Okay, all in favour? Now, if I can have someone please to move that we go into confidential.
Don't worry,
Move right now, everybody has themselves. Thank you, everyone. We have 2 items to deal with, and thanks, Andy, to let you know when we back into item. Microphone, sort of,
Not yet.
you can put it in another one, as long as that's one, that is all in the state. That's a weird thing to do. It's fine.
That's where we need to have proper council training from the very beginning, so we know these procedures.
After morning. Item EC 0326, evaluation of supply and installation of smart warning signs, SISWS, request for quote RFQ 1225/26, conducted through local government procurement. Council resolved to note the award of the contract to J1 LED Intelligent Transport Systems Private Limited for the supply and installation of a smart warning sign system, SWSS, for a total value of $500,983.03, excluding GST, comprising the recommended SWSS component scope only, with other provisional items excluded. And item COM 7/26, tender assessment for the Big Hill Culvert Construction BHCC project reinforced concrete box culvert replacement on Mount Lindsay Road, RFT 0825/26. Council resolved to award the Big Hill Culvert Construction Project RFT 0825/26 to Finn Valley Proprietary Limited for $635,380.41, excluding GST, based on Finn Valley's Rev 1 tender. Number 2, authorises the General Manager to administer the BHCC contract and to exercise the contract's commercial mechanisms in accordance with the contract and during delivery with the secured grant funding parameters. That being the final item of business, I'll now declare our ordinary council meeting of the 25th of the 2nd, 26 closed at 3:25 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Well done.
We can turn the recording off.
Thank you so much.
Only if you've got time.
Yes, happy to.